Marble Fubeca continues to push the boundaries of marble sports, and today they have brought us to the first edition of Mar Baseball. Hello again, friends. I'm Keanu Bitters, and glad to have you here for a very interesting event, something unlike anything we've ever done before. You see the classic course for our marbles, but now you see the Mar Baseball field as they'll drop into that field and try to score some runs, as you see our very large viewing group. Social distancing not necessarily in effect here, but everybody's safe, healthy, and glad to be here for a unique event, unlike anything we've ever seen before here on Marble Fubeca. See spectators all throughout the grandstands of this field, the great Mar Baseball Stadium. Tournament, as always, is going to be a 16-team field, all representing their countries, similar to the way the NBA does their playoffs. Uruguay and Argentina will face off, England and India. As well on the left side of the bracket, that top left quadrant will be Portugal against Italy and the United States against Germany. As you flip over to the right side, it is Russia and France. The Netherlands against sort of the powerhouse countries, Mexico. China takes on Chile. And Brazil against Canada. Those are the 16 teams. And we have never seen this before, but the first two teams that'll take a crack at it will be Uruguay and Argentina. Uruguay is the blue, the more white and light blue marbles is Argentina as they make their way through this course. Let's see who's the first one down. And it looks like it's going to be Argentina, and they get a quick score. And now everything trying to settle out. Let's see if anybody can get anything else. Those are a couple of the Uruguay marbles trying to get a last-ditch effort. They cannot, and it's a 1-0 shutout. So we have a look at the replay here. Almost a point there, but a rebound and going through the right field fence for Argentina to score the only point. The rest of the marbles unable to get through as they swing through where that fidget spinner is. If you end up down there, you're out. And so Argentina eliminates Uruguay by a score of 1-0 as Brazil and Canada will face off. You saw there, one of the Argentinian marbles made their way through the center field marking, but they didn't stay. That's what matters. You have to actually get through there. First down is Canada. Now Canada gets another one, and a third. They scored the first run. One for Canada. There's a second for Canada. Brazil puts one through. 3 for Canada now. And they're going to win this one because only one marble left, and now falling for Brazil. Canada knocks out Brazil early in this one with a 3-1 win. As they put up some big points there. Here's the first score. That marble goes flying through the air. This is a very interesting dynamic that you're going through. You want to know, obviously, you want to get through there when you are kind of by yourself. Give yourself the most open opportunities. You see down the right field line, there's a point. That was the first of 3 for Canada as Brazil scores there. But Canada puts in 3. Brazil gets just 1. They're knocked out early, and Canada is into the quarterfinals as the United States and Germany face off. Germany with the black marbles, the USA with the blue and white. And let's see who gets through first. They're all really right in a line there, and the first one down will be the United States. They don't get any through. Still no scoring to this point. Germany puts one in. Here's one for the USA. They are tied at 1 apiece. Germany has an extra chance. Do they put anything with it? The answer is yes. They knock one through at the last moment, and Germany knocks out the United States with a last-minute score. As that one stayed tight throughout. Germany put up the first one right there. Just made its way through. The U.S. knocked one to the right field line. And then that final marble ends up putting in the final point, and it's the game-winning point for Germany. One bouncing all around, nearly came off the course. Just sneaks through the right side for a 2-1 win for Germany to advance to the next round. As Russia and France will face off. Russia's got the more maroon-looking marbles, that bright blue for France. Should be easy to tell those apart. France has the first 2 coming through the line. Let's see if that plays out. Who's first? There is 1 point for France early. France, oh, almost put another one in, not to be, but France has the only marbles left, and that will be a 1-0 win. As Russia never really threatened to put points on the board there. Have a look at the replay. Just stayed in for France. That one nearly bounced back like we saw from the first round with Uruguay and Argentina. England and India now. Things aren't as easy to tell apart. It's India in the lead with the first 2 marbles. England has a little bit more of like a tan coloring to it. No scoring yet. Still no scoring. Here comes one for India. Oh, another one just barely missed going through. That's another Indian marble, though, so it wouldn't matter. And at the end of the day, 1 point for India is enough for a 1-0 shutout win. A lot of close calls. There's the one that counts. And India moves on. They'll take on Argentina in the next round as Chile and China face off. Chile in the yellow, blue, white, and red against the red marble of China that has the first 3 in order. And wow, yeah, the first 3 in order and 4. And the first one's there. Still no scoring to this point. There's one for China. Does Chile have an answer? The answer to that is going to be no, as it goes through. A swing and a miss there at the end. And another 1-0 win in favor of China this time. Chile had a last chance effort but could not put it through. Just missing the Chilean ball. Able to knock that one through the left field opening. And move China to the next round where they will take on Canada. And now Portugal against Italy. Portugal with the green, Italy in blue. Four of the first 5 are Italian. And 1 point early for Italy. Another point for Italy. Portugal needs to pick it up and in a hurry. And they only have 1 marble left. They will they score? The answer is going to be no. There it is, finally. And it's a 2-0 win for Italy. That one looked pretty dominant. Never a doubt in mind there as a quick score on the first one. You really, as I can tell through this first round, you want to be the first marble down. It gives you the best opportunity to put up points early if you can accurately connect. There was the second score for Italy that gave them a 2-0 win. They take on Germany. Knocked out the United States at the very end, and the Netherlands takes on Mexico now. Mexico with the mint blue, or excuse me, mint green, and the orange and blue for the Netherlands. No scoring yet. There is 2 for the Netherlands, 1 for Mexico, a third for the Netherlands, and they're going to take this one 3-1. As the Netherlands scored 2 and very quickly made it really difficult for there to be an opportunity there. You can see there was the score, the third one for the Netherlands, as they took care of business pretty easily there to win the final matchup of this first round, which means they get France. And we move on to the quarterfinals. Argentina against India. Argentina with the blue. Make their way through this course. No scoring yet. Still no scoring. Still a lot of marbles that haven't come down to the course yet. There's a score. It belongs to Argentina. Argentina has the final marble, so it doesn't matter. It's a 1-0 win for Argentina for a second consecutive round. They put up just 2 through the first 2 rounds, but they are on to the semifinals, playing great defense. Good pitching from the Argentinian crew. There's the score that made the difference on the left field line. That's it done then. They are 1 step closer to the finals. China and Canada here. Canada with the all-white, classic look there. They spread out pretty evenly here as they try to make their way down to the field first. Who comes through first? The answer is going to be one of the Chinese marbles. They're going to get the first 2. Now here comes Canada. Nobody scored yet. China's close. There's Canada down the left field line. They're going to score their first, and it's going to be the only one they need for a 1-0 shutout win. As the defense continues to take priority here. There was the score that gets it done. Just flips it down the left field line there. And Canada punches the second ticket into the Final Four. Germany and Italy face off now. Contrasting colors there, the bright blue of the Italians. They've got the first marble by a pretty good stretch at this point. Does that pay off? And the first one down in, they're the first one out. No scoring yet. Still no scores. We've not seen a shutout. We will not see a shutout. Germany scores, and oh, another chance at the end. Let's see, does Italy have anything? The answer is no. And Germany pulls off a 1-0 win, as Italy had the final two marbles and a good opportunity to put something together, but could not get it done. And so they are in. They will face Argentina in the semifinal. And Canada gets the winner of France and the Netherlands. France in the blue, the Netherlands with mostly a red-orange color on their marble. They've got the first marble leading the pack down this course and into the funnel. Out first, though, I think was one of the French. Maybe the Netherlands score. They had 3 scores their first time. They're going to score 1, and it's another 1-0 win. As the defense continues to be dominant here in the first edition of Mar Baseball. Hard to score, clearly, as the Netherlands takes out France, despite not having the first marble down onto the field. And we reach our Final Four. Germany and Argentina will face off. Argentina has scored 2 points in 2 rounds, but they've won them both 1-0. Germany knocked out the U.S., and they won 1-0 in the quarterfinals. Here comes down first. Everybody's circling around. No score so far. There's a point for Germany. Argentina in trouble. Oh, they're close to a point. They don't score it. Germany has the final ball. They'll let it fall. It's a 2-0 win. As Germany steals a couple of points and again advances, and the run of luck runs out finally for Argentina. They score just 2 points, but they'll finish with a top 4 finish. There was the first score on the left side, followed right up with a pretty solid hit there to give Germany a 2-0 win. And they have their spot in the final. They'll take on either Canada or the Netherlands. 2 countries that have some baseball prowess. The Netherlands more than you'd think for an American game. Obviously Canada just to the northern border of the United States, but the USA knocked out early. And there's a point for Canada. The Netherlands had a strong going early, but they are in a little bit of trouble here. They have a ball that didn't make it through, which means they're in a whole lot of trouble. Canada scores again, and the Netherlands have a ball that never came down. It got stuck in the funnel. It didn't matter anyway. They lose by 2. I don't know how that happens, but that is a really, really disastrous finish for the Netherlands, and it locks Canada into the final round and a chance at a championship. The first ever Mar Baseball Tournament. An opportunity that we may see the Canadians as the top team. Another look at the replay, and it was not a strong effort by any stretch for the Netherlands, who looked pretty good in the first couple of rounds. Now Germany against Canada for the finale, but first we'll go for third place. It's Argentina and the Netherlands. Argentina has scored just 2 points in 3 tries, but somehow they may finish with a third-place finish. Meanwhile, the Netherlands scored 3 in their opening round matchup. Oh, they had a ball that may have just lost its place on the course. No scoring yet. Argentina trying to get a score. There's one more ball for the Netherlands. Do we get it, or do we get a tie at 0-0? Oh, I'm sorry, Argentina scored a point out of nowhere. Totally missed it. And I'm right, there was, in fact, one of the Netherlands failing to make it on the course, just completely fell off, and it fall from grace there for the Netherlands, who looked so strong in the first 2 rounds, to struggle so badly Watch right here, just completely thrown off the course. And so third place for Argentina. And now it is the finale between Germany and Canada. Black versus white. Germany has the first ball through this course. For the final time, they make their way down. Oh, it was a little bit of a pass there for Canada. And no scoring. It went through but could not stick. There's one for Canada. There's one for Germany. Another for Canada. Germany has one more ball. Oh, they're close. They couldn't get it. Two more left. Here's the final ball. Germany, it's going to go through. And it's a 2-1 win for Canada and a championship for the Canadians. An action-packed finale. And for the Canadians watching from high above left field, a chance to celebrate. They are the first ever champions of Mar Baseball, and they do it with an excellent finale. Let's have a look at the replay. One scoreless at the beginning. Off the left field wall and through for the first point. Canada had taken the lead. Germany evened it up. A shot to the opposite field there. Right side, and then Canada scoring the final point. You saw they just went with an onslaught of balls, really upping their opportunity to score, and there just snuck it through the right field side as Germany unable to put up anything at the end. Congratulations though, Argentina third place with only 3 goals scored for the entire tournament. Germany takes second, but they all aspire today to beat Canada as they get the win in the first ever Mar Baseball Tournament. You can see there they will have that posing with the entire team and their flag represented on the marble along with the Mar Baseball Championship trophy. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to all of the competitors. They can say that they were a part of the first ever Mar Baseball Tournament here on Marble Fubeca. And what was certainly a fascinating, different type of sport, but certainly a lot of fun, and I'm sure the competitors had a great time. And so, hopefully, we'll see more of that in the future. Until next time, though, I'm Keanu Bitterzicki, and you've been watching Marble Fubeca. As always, we are happy to have you back for another edition of Marble Fubeca. I am Ricochet here for MSPN's coverage as we welcome you to another funnel race. Funnels are huge here on Marble Fubeca, and once again, we've got those here on our course. 5 funnels here for today's matchup, and then one of my favorite additions to these tournaments and one of my favorite aspects of these courses. Right there, you see that large grid where a lot of decisions have to be made right up towards the starting gates. For our tournament today, 16 teams as always. And for me, it's a pleasure to see so many fans here in attendance today among all the different teams, and even some that are not representing specific teams who have made their way to today's event. On the left side of your screen, you see the 2019 team statistics for our different countries. Russia, Brazil, and England right now in our medal spots. And now we get a chance to meet the countries. The Netherlands, Portugal, Vietnam, and India in the bottom left quadrant. And then it's the United States, the Ivory Coast, Russia, and France. And on the right side of the bracket, it's Chile, Colombia, Italy, and Mexico. And then Indonesia, who's become a fan favorite, along with Argentina, Spain, and Brazil. No Mexico for today's tournament, which is a little bit different. And now we give you our first matchup. It's the Netherlands against Portugal. Goal will be to get down to the bottom first, and there is that large grid where decisions have to be made. Right now, the lead belongs to the Netherlands, getting through a little bit quicker. Here comes Portugal, and Portugal is going to push the Netherlands into the funnels. They're down through the first. You got to get through 5 funnels. Whoever gets to the bottom first is going to have the lead, and Portugal trying to make that pass. They do. They get to 3 first. Here comes the Netherlands. They'll try to answer back. They do. They're going to pass them up. They're into number 4. Portugal needs to hurry up. They're in a little bit of trouble. Oh, they look like the Netherlands was through, but they got pushed back up. And Portugal retakes the lead. The Netherlands gets down first. They will take the win. Back and forth they went, and the Netherlands gets the win at 37-20, just ahead of 43 seconds even, a near 6-second win for the Netherlands as they get into the second round. An exciting matchup here to start, as Spain will now take on Brazil. Brazil, one of the favorites as always. But right now it's Spain in the lead. Brazil makes that pass. Now they're side by side again. And Spain's in some trouble. Oh, now they get back out. Wow, it looked for a second like Spain might get disqualified, but they get back out, give themselves a chance. They're still about a funnel behind. Oh, now there's a whole funnel in between the two. Spain is in funnel 3. Brazil is just now getting out of funnel 4. It's a 1-funnel lead. That's a big lead to make up if you're Spain. Gotta hurry. Brazil circling around, and just as Spain got to funnel 5, Brazil dipped out, and they'll take the win with a time of 38:01. Nearly 7 seconds later, Spain finishes with a time of 45 seconds even. Just fell too far behind at that opening grid, made it too difficult to come back from. As Russia will take on France now. Virtually no chance for Spain to make that comeback all the way. As Russia and France sharing blows, trading them back and forth. Now both are slowing a little. Russia's got the lead. France trying to get out of there, still having a hard time doing so, but they very quickly get through the first funnel. And that lead has slowed again. And they're both into the same funnel, both into funnel 4 now. Russia trying to retake that advantage. They will. But they're both in the funnel again. Here comes France at the last moment. France is going to go the left side and take the win. Winning it by just under 5 seconds over Russia. A come-from-behind win for France, who did not lead for virtually any of that matchup. But they're able to take the win and set up our next matchup, which is Chile against Colombia. And they are side by side, following each other. Oh, some contact there between Colombia and Chile. More contact, and it's Colombia that comes out first. In the second funnel, still in the first is Chile. Now they even back up, and retaking the lead is Colombia. Once again, they're in the same funnel. Look at that pass by Chile to take the lead. They're in funnel 4, so is Colombia. Colombia gets down to funnel 5. They've got the advantage now. Who can get in at the end? It's going to be Colombia taking the win. Back and forth battle there, and it goes the way of Colombia as Vietnam takes on India now. Impressive resolve there from those teams. Not giving up. Vietnam's got the early lead, and it's a pretty big advantage right now. But anything can happen, and maybe some contact there. And now look at this. Here comes India. They almost took the lead, but can't quite. And so Vietnam into the second funnel. So is India now. India's going to get through first. They're down to funnel 3. Now they're both in funnel 3. Vietnam will make the pass back up, down to funnel 4. They're once again even. This time it's India that again will take the pass. Here comes Vietnam. Who gets the advantage? It is Vietnam who's going to get the win. And India will finish on the other side of the course just under 3 seconds later. So now Indonesia against Argentina. Indonesia has struggled in the most recent events, but they have become a fan favorite. As they will take on the Argentines. A lot of contact there. Both the marbles seem to slow a little bit. And right now, a fairly large advantage, which will belong to Indonesia. Argentina still trying to get into the funnel. They are nearly stopped, but they are able to get into the funnel and maybe make back some of that time. Indonesia has the lead, but they're both in funnel number 2 now. And it's still Indonesia. Indonesia's down to 4. Here comes Argentina. Who can make that last second pass? Here's Argentina to the lead. Indonesia has struggled recently. Trying to come back. They do. They get the win. A last second pass by Indonesia to take the win. And they will advance to the next round. Ultimately, a pretty close matchup there, as now the United States, who will take on the Ivory Coast. Ivory Coast lost in the first round to Russia last time. The United States continuing to struggle recently. Side by side with the Ivory Coast, trading blows. In the lead right now is the United States. Oh, no, it's actually the Ivory Coast who gets out first, but now the U.S. gets through the first funnel. Now they're through the second funnel, through the third funnel, through the fourth funnel. Look at the moves by the United States. They are pulling ahead. A dominant effort here against the Ivory Coast, and the U.S. needs to finish off one more funnel. They've got a sizable lead, and now they've got the win. A time of 30-20. And the Ivory Coast running with a pretty respectable time themselves. They'll finish just under 40 seconds, 39-22. But that was 9 seconds later. So the U.S. with an easy win over the Ivory Coast. They made those funnels look incredibly easy. And now it's Italy against Mexico. Italy has had some success recently. Mexico, one of the powerhouses of this competition, as always. Making contact in the pass by Italy. And now Mexico repasses them up, and Italy slowing a little bit, but comes back pretty easily and will now retake the lead. Going to that second funnel, look at the speed on the Mexican marble. Really picking it up there, putting it down, and not enough to take the lead as Italy holds on and moves to funnel 3. Now Mexico really putting the pressure on. It's still Italy in the lead. Mexico wondering what can they do to take the lead. There it is. They get the lead into funnel 5. And now to the final funnel. The speed of the Mexican marbles in the funnel, is it enough to get them the win? The answer is yes. They will take the win with a time of 44-15. Italy led almost from start to finish, but the speed in the funnels of Mexico was extremely impressive, and it was enough to get them the win. And it gets them the final spot in the quarterfinals, as the second round begins with Vietnam and the Netherlands. And it's Vietnam in the lead right now. Contact again, now the Netherlands take the lead. Who gets to the funnel first? The answer will be the Netherlands, but they were pushed by Vietnam, and Vietnam gets through that first funnel. So they've got the lead. Now they're both in the second funnel. Vietnam pushes that lead back out again, trying to keep themselves in a separate funnel, and they do it again. Now they're down to funnel 4. They get through that one very quickly. Vietnam closing in on a semifinal appearance. And Vietnam, with one more funnel to get through and a pretty large lead, they're going to move on. As the Netherlands really had no chance after they had to get pushed into the funnel and got passed up very quickly. Vietnam had all the momentum and did not back down. The effort was there, but the results are not for the Netherlands, as Vietnam is moving on to the semifinals. They'll face one of our matchup winners, and it is Indonesia now against Brazil on the other side of the bracket. I believe it's the United States, their matchup, that would potentially take on that previous winner, as this is Indonesia and Brazil now. Indonesia making their way through the course. Brazil is right there. Brazil sees an opening and passes them and gets into the first funnel, and now through the first funnel with the lead. We've seen these teams match up a few times. Indonesia's had success, but right now Brazil is making it look very easy. They've got 2 full funnels in between them. Indonesia's still in funnel 2, and Brazil is at the finish line with a time of 29:03. As Indonesia will now have to just finish this one out. A dominant win by Brazil. We saw that from the U.S. in the first round. And now in a matchup that has not had history on their side for Brazil, with Indonesia doing some damage against them in past tournaments, they go out and they dominate this one. They're going to win it by 25 seconds or so. And the time was 26:01 better. Nearly double them up as Brazil is into the semifinals. And now it is the United States against France. France beating out Russia, and the U.S. with the best run of the first round. Time was just over 32 seconds. That was just bested by Brazil, but the U.S. has the lead, and now they will hold on to the lead as France again struggling to get through into the funnels, and it's going to cost them. The U.S. again making quick work of the funnels. They've had a lot of success right now. They're in funnel 3. France is still in funnel 1. Now they're in funnel 4. Now they're down to funnel 5. What a matchup. The United States is going to win it again with a time of 29:03. And again, they just dominate their opponent. The Ivory Coast did a better job than France has done here. Largest margin of victory was 26-01. We just saw that. Brazil over Indonesia. Doesn't look like it'll be quite that big. As France will come across, it's still a 20-plus second win, and it's 23-12 ultimately as the differential, as the United States is moving on, and they will take on Vietnam, and now Mexico and Colombia, and the winner gets Brazil. Boy, those were back-to-back really impressive runs by those two countries, the U.S. and by Brazil. And now we'll look and see if we get one of those here for the third straight time. Mexico and Colombia, they're very close with each other. A lot of contact. Mexico's through the first funnel. So is Colombia. What a move. Colombia takes the lead. Colombia's down to funnel 4. Colombia's to funnel 5. They're making it look easy. Mexico can do nothing but watch as Colombia is into the semis with a time of 23:05. That's about as fast as it's going to get. And a very quick time for Mexico. 27 seconds. But it's too little too late. Their tournament is over. As the United States will take on Vietnam. Those two fan bases sitting right next to each other in the stadium. And the U.S. very quickly again moving. Let's see what Vietnam can do to try to combat that. Made some contact, and the United States will say thank you very much. But Vietnam will say thank you very much. They're going to take the lead against the U.S., who gets into funnel 2. Now the United States has the lead back. USA or Vietnam, who gets the win? They're in funnels 2 and 3. Now they're both in 3. And Vietnam makes the pass on the United States. Vietnam is in funnel 4. The U.S. answers back. The U.S. and Vietnam both in funnel 5. Who gets around and through first? That's the question. Who's got the advantage? The United States makes the move. The U.S. is going to get the win. At the last moment, contact was made, and the U.S. with a bump and run to get to the championship. What a move by the United States, and they have looked really comfortable in this tournament. They haven't done so well recently, but the U.S. very comfortable here today, and they're into the finals. And they'll get either Colombia or Brazil. Brazil right now in the lead. There's Colombia. They're making contact, and they're stopping, and you're going to have to abort it. Yep, they're going to abort this run of the competition as both marbles stopped. And that might add to some bad blood between these teams now. They'll go again. Colombia on the left, Brazil on the right. Contact made a little bit. Colombia starting to struggle. More contact, and now Colombia takes the lead. Colombia will get down to the funnel first. Brazil is slowing. Brazil is in some trouble. Now they're going to get down. Nearly stopping, almost came to a halt. And Brazil nearly cost themselves a chance at the championship. But they are still behind. It is Colombia in the third funnel. Brazil in funnel number 2. Colombia down to 4. Brazil is to 3. Now they're both in 4. Here comes Brazil, and they're going to make the pass down to the final funnel. Great move and a great comeback by Brazil. Can they finish it off, or will it be Colombia with the comeback again? Nope, it's Brazil that gets the win. That was max effort the entire time. And so we'll get Brazil against the United States, but first the appetizer to the big entree. It'll be Vietnam against Colombia. Both of these teams losing in the funnels. Both had leads at points in their semifinal matches. And they nearly stopped again. Boy, Colombia is just going after other marbles. They are in funnel 3, so they've got the lead. Funnel 2, and now funnel 3 is where Vietnam resides, and Colombia down to funnel 4. 2 more to go. Colombia has the lead. There goes Vietnam. Now the speed picks up, and will a collision happen? Vietnam with a pass. Vietnam is going to medal. They finish in third. And the come-from-behinds continue, as Vietnam will get third place. And you have to know that the United States and Brazil were both watching very intently. As you see their cheering sections, the flag of the United States waving above the crowd as they look for their second win. Brazil has had a lot of success. They try to continue it. U.S. on the left, Brazil on the right. Right now it is the United States in the lead. Now Brazil takes that lead back. The U.S. slowing a little bit. Brazil trying to enlarge their lead before they get to the funnels, and they already got through funnel 1. The U.S. still yet to get to the funnels. Now they're in their first funnel. Brazil is down to funnel 3. The United States is going to have to make very quick work. They are trying to even themselves back up. They're both in funnel 3 now. And look at the U.S. They've got the inside line, and the United States takes the pass and the lead. U.S. down to funnel 4. Brazil is now in funnel 4. Brazil is going to pass them back. Down to the final funnel. It's the U.S. who has the inside line. It's the U.S. that has the win. With a time of 43 seconds even, they pass up Brazil, and there's a couple of lead changes in the final moments as the United States gets the championship win. They'll take the gold. Silver goes to Brazil. What a matchup. What a tournament for the United States. They dominate the tournament. In the first couple of rounds, it wasn't close. In the third round against Vietnam, who ends up coming in third there, they had to do a come from behind and then a big come from behind in the comeback win against Brazil. First place to the United States. Congratulations to them as they ran probably their best tournament that we have seen for them here on Marble Fubeca. They had a ton of success here with the grid and the funnels. Went through those funnels extremely quickly, and so it allowed them to have a lot of success in this tournament and ultimately give themselves a tournament win. So the congratulations to the United States. They get the win. Second place belongs to Brazil, and third place belongs to Vietnam. So until next time, I'm Rick O'Shea, and this has been MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Hello friends, and welcome back to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I'm Rick O'Shea here as we bring you another collision tournament. A look at our large course. It is a pleasure to be back with you for another collision-style tournament, which will face, and we will see a lot of different teams. 16 teams once again in this field. A smaller, less time-consuming, I guess you should say, tournament, as we will get just one round. There are the 2019 team statistics for these countries. There are 13 of them. We have 16 in this field. It is the United States, Cameroon, India, and Germany, and then Russia, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico on the left side of the bracket. The bottom right quadrant has, that is Belgium, and Portugal, and then Spain, and Brazil, and then Japan, England, the Netherlands, and Argentina. As we get ready for this tournament, this is a smaller, less time-consuming tournament. Same amount of teams, but instead of multiple goes, it'll be just one turn as you'll make your way into the arena, make contact with those spinners. As you can see, this is a course that really throws you right in there with the spinners. The United States in the blue and red, Cameroon with green, and they make their way toward the course. One is in for Cameroon, everybody else rolling around, and it looks like nobody else is going to land. The United States doesn't get a single marble to go in. You'll have to watch up at the top of your screen, almost blocked by our view, but there it is. The only score is 3 points for Cameroon, and so maybe a what will be considered an upset by many, as Cameroon moves on first. They beat the United States, and we head to the other opposite side of the bracket. It is Argentina against the Netherlands. Argentina in the blue, and the Netherlands in orange. These matte colored marbles. All together, they make their way in. Everybody slowly over toward the 4 is almost everyone. Nobody gets in again, and so it's one, again, single marble that will end up as the score. Watch here, contact made with a spinner, knocked it right in, and it's 3 points for Argentina, and they move on to the quarterfinals. An interesting start as both Cameroon and Argentina score just 1, and the Netherlands and the United States are shut out and they go home. Now to Mexico against Colombia. Mexico sporting a new marble with almost entirely green. And they scored all 3. Let's see if any go in for Colombia. They get 1 to go in the 8, but that is too little too late. Mexico scores 13 points. There was 1 that lands in the 7, 1 in the 2, 1 in the 4. And then some help from the spinners to score a point, but just 1 single score is not going to be enough from Colombia, as Mexico's 13 points will stand up, and they are into the quarterfinals. Back to the bottom right corner now, and it'll be Portugal against Belgium. Belgium in the black, Portugal in the green. Love the matte coloring of these marbles. In they go. Everyone making their way around. Everybody is still on the course right now. Will anybody find their way in? Wow, at the last moment, Portugal gets 1 to fall in the 7, and they will score another shutout. It took a little bit of time. For a second, it looked as though there may have to be a rerun, as almost a possibility there that nobody was going to score. But Portugal takes out Belgium, and now it is Germany against India. India in the white, Germany with mostly black. Make their way down toward the course. And there are marbles going every which way. 1 landed in the 10. I think that's the only one that's going to land, because the one for Germany is over by the 6, but it's not going to go in, and so the points won't count. A 10 for India. They move on by a shutout score of 10-0. And yet again, issues with some of these teams to even score. Now we get England against Japan. Japan is the white with blue. Looks like that's dark red for England. There's a 2. And I missed the other one for England, but they scored another one as well, and it looks like Japan trying to get something to go. Getting knocked around a bunch of times, but they are not going to be able to score. They will fall just short in front of the 2. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. Yeah, I missed right there at the bottom of the screen. You saw the 7. And then 2 more for England. Yet another shutout. England is on. They'll face Argentina. And our last 2 spots, one will be occupied by either Chile or Russia. Interesting how this shoot puts you right in with the spinners and forces action. Chile in the white. Everybody making their way down. There's a couple of 8s for Chile, and 8 put on for Russia. Everybody else is going to hold as they are, and Chile is going to win and move on. Looked like Chile had one of their own marbles knock in another marble, and so they both score 8, and they win it by a score of 16-8. And the last matchup in this first round is Brazil against Spain. Spain is on the left side in the red, Brazil with mostly yellow. And of course they come. I think that was a 10 for Brazil. Everybody trying to find their way in. That's 2 more for Brazil. Spain trying to get something to go. Almost knocked it in the 10. Still going. Knocked in Brazil. Brazil picks up another one. They score 15 with an assist from Spain at the end. And Spain cannot knock one of their own marbles in. And so the quarterfinals are set. It is Cameroon against India, as they will determine the first of our final 4. India in the white, Cameroon in the green. It was an interesting matchup where Spain helped out Brazil. That was a 7, and then a 4 and a 2. And so India with their 7 that you'll see right there and then the 4. And there is the 2 for Cameroon. If they had been able to knock the other one in, they could have advanced a low-scoring 7-6 win. And now Argentina against England for a spot in the semifinals. England again in the red. Argentina with the baby blue. Matching the color of their country's flag. A 2 for England, and that might be it. It is. Everybody else holds. There's a 6 and a couple by the 10s, but neither are able to make their way into or through that area and lock in the points. So England wins it by a final of 2-0. Mexico and Chile now. Mexico hasn't knocked anybody in now. Now they have a 4. There's a 7. One more left. It is not going to go in. And it's a tie, but Mexico is going to advance. There is no rego, or like an extra overtime period, as Mexico scored in the larger holes, and so they get the tiebreaker win. They're into the semifinals. That'll be controversial, as Portugal and Brazil take on each other now. There's a 4, a 6 for Brazil. See if anybody else can score. There's a 4 for Brazil, a 6 for Portugal, and a 4 for Brazil again. They will advance with a 14-10 win. There's one of them. There goes the 6 for Brazil. There was a 4. There was a 6. And then we'll watch at the end, Brazil gets the bounce, and they knock it through the 4 to advance to the semifinals, which is set. Mexico, India, England, and Brazil. As Mexico wins on the controversial ruling, and now they'll try to take on India and see if they can beat India as well. Make their way into the finals. Saw a couple 2s. There is another 2 for Mexico. There's a 10, and that'll do it. Mexico needed help, and they got it. At the very end, they score a 10 after the first 2 went to 2s, and you see India at the bottom right corner at the 8 hole, unable to knock it through. Mexico advances to the championship, and they will face either England or Brazil. Loser will take on India in the 3rd place matchup. Winner gets Mexico for all the marbles. There was a 10, and a 7, a 2. Let's see if Brazil can come up with a clutch shot near one of the one of the spinners. It will not collide, and that's that. England wins it thanks to that early 10. The 2 at the end helps, and just 1-7 for Brazil, so it's England against Mexico. But first it'll be India against Brazil for a spot on the podium. Brazil starts from the left side, India from the right. Make their way. There was a 10, an 8. Brazil highly scoring early. India unable to score, period. They knock in a 6. They are running out of time. They need a big hit. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. It's not going to happen. They do score a 6, but Brazil puts a 10 and an 8 on the board. There was the 10. And here comes the 8 right there. And just that 6 for India. As they are unable to get onto the podium, Brazil wins 3rd place. And now it comes down to the championship match. It is Mexico against England. And back to the top to the starting gates for the final time. The gates lift, and it's England in the red, Mexico in the green for the gold. Here we go. It's a 7, and there's a 3, both going for England. Mexico is having trouble. It looks like all of Mexico's marbles are going to stall. They are. England's going to win it. They knocked in a 7, and then at the end they get a 3, and Mexico had all of their marbles stall, and so England wins it by a shutout of 10-0. Mexico gets second. Brazil will get third, as they are placed onto the podium. But bragging rights, the opportunity to sit higher than the other countries, and that giant trophy all belong to England, as they are crowned champions here in this collision tournament. The effort was there, but Mexico at the end, after getting through on a technicality and then winning against India in the semifinals, they could not compete with England, as the Brits are able to take home this championship win. So congratulations to England, to Mexico, to Brazil, and to all of our competitors, as England wins this one in the tournament for the collisions with the spinners. Until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Ricochet back here for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Glad to be with you as you have a look at the 2019 team statistics for our countries. On the left side of your screen, this is bowling coming up for these teams. As you see, a course that we've used a few times. For these countries that will attempt to score the most points in a couple of frames of bowling to advance and move on with a chance for a championship. Here are the teams competing: France, Spain, Chile, and the United States. In the bottom left quadrant, in the top left, it is Japan, Argentina, Ecuador, and Ghana. England, Colombia, Brazil, and the Netherlands in the bottom right quadrant, and the final quadrant, the top right of the tournament, is Uruguay, Portugal, Costa Rica, and Mexico. A large group of onlookers will first watch this matchup between France and Spain. France gets the first look, and they will make their way down the winding course. Encounter one half pipe, and now a decision on which way to go. Down the left, or the, I guess the top of the screen is the blue slide. The bottom of the screen is the green slide, and they went down the green and picked up only one. You see at the end there, they tried to pull it around and pick up an extra pin there. That didn't work, and so France picks up only one. It's one full frame and 2 turns for France, so 2 opportunities to score, and they need a big second run if they're going to beat Spain, who early on doesn't look like they have to do too much. Blue or green is the decision, and it'll be blue this time, and it's going to be 3 more pins knocked down for France. As they put up a little bit more respectable of a number, they end up with 4, and that is the number to beat for Spain in this 16-team tournament, something that we're very used to here on Marble Fubeca. Seen a lot of 16-team fields for these tournament-style competitions, and Spain picks up only 1 pin on their first go. So sitting here as Spain gets their second turn, and it is a very even matchup. 1 pin for France on their first go, 1 pin for Spain on their first go, and now it's going to come down to the final matchup, as Spain will make their way down one of the slides and head for the pins. If they can knock down 3, it's a tie. If they can knock down more than 3, they'll advance. Less than 3 gives the win to Spain, or to France. Here we go, and it's just 1 pin for Spain. Very disappointing for the Spaniards as they pick up only 1. And France moves on with a 4-2 overall score. And so from the bottom left to the top right, it is Mexico against Costa Rica, and that is Costa Rica who will go first. The red and black marble will choose green and pick up only 1. They head out right off the course after knocking down that first pin. And that has been a very common score so far. All 3 teams that have gone have scored just 1 on their first bowl. And out of the 5 now turns, 3 of them have been 1 pin. Very interesting. Definitely not ideal, as that's the lowest amount you can score if you score at all. Down the green again, and 2 more this time. It's a total of 3 for Costa Rica. Almost got a third, but it's able to hold on. And so Mexico will go, needing 4 for a win. 4 was enough to win it for France in the previous matchup. And their first go will be down the green and result in 3. Big run on Mexico for their first bowl. They pick up 3 pins, and they've already notched what'll be a sudden death matchup. And that's before they even have their second turn. So one will do it. Mexico can make a statement with a large score here. Down the blue, they knock down 4 more, and it's a score of 7 for Mexico. They move on easily. An impressive round for Mexico as they beat Costa Rica, and they move on to the quarterfinals. It's now Ghana against Ecuador, and Ecuador will go first. Ghana's a newcomer, haven't seen them very much. A lot of these countries have been a very common participant. Down the blue very quickly, and 6 for Ecuador. What a bowl there! Right through the heart of the pins, and a 6 spot for Ecuador gives them a huge advantage very early on against Ghana. Wow. That is a very impressive run by Ecuador. Let's see if they can finish them off and give Ghana almost no chance to win. Down the blue, they pick up an extra 1 and will score 7. And it's turned over to Ghana. They'd have to have a heck of a run. They'd have to score more than anybody else if they want to beat Ecuador. No one scored more than 7. That was Mexico and now Ecuador, both scoring 7. Ghana's first turn will pick up 6. How about that? What an answer for Ghana. They pick up 6. They did it on the opposite side, going after the pins that were towards the bottom of your screen the way that we're viewing it. But either way, that results in the same amount of points. If they get 1, we tie. If they get 2, they win. A 0 will give the win to Ecuador. Either way, it's going to be disappointing to see one of these teams go home. They both showed up very well. Down the blue, they score 3! Almost knocked them all down, but it's a 9. And Ghana, with a very impressive run, they beat Ecuador and they move on. Very impressive from both teams in that matchup. Wow. As England will take on Colombia now. That's a tough act to follow. England making their way to the halfpipe. Decisions looming. Blue or green. As you can see, through early on, both sides can result in high scores or low scores. That's a 3 for England. And a respectable first score. England will make their way down for the second time. Bowling such a difficult sport because one wrong movement, doesn't even matter which way you go if you just come off at a wrong angle, as there's 2 more for England and they'll pick up 5 as their final score. Respectable. And Colombia will have to knock down more than half the pins if they want to take out England. Out of a group of 10 pins, 5 went down at the hands of the English. There is 4 for Colombia. Almost knocked down 2 more. A powerful throw. And Colombia in a good position. They need 1 to tie, 2 to win. What I was saying at the beginning of this matchup is that there's, on either side, you can see 1 wrong move, whether it's going down the blue or going down the green. If you come at it with the bad angle, or 1 wrong move, that's a strike. It's a spare as Colombia scored 4 on their first. They knocked down the remaining 6. They score the first spare of the tournament, and they beat England. Well, we were trying to say that mistakes can be made, and it can cost you. There was no costing them there as they score the first spare. Colombia beats England, and now Chile takes on the United States, who has been a heavyweight in these standalone challenges. And England, who has also been a pretty strong competitor, taken down early in this tournament. First round knockout loss. That is 4 for Chile. Good first score. And nearly knocked down a 5th, but could not get the power behind 1 pin to knock down the other. Chile moving very quickly through that first portion of the course, picking up a lot of speed. Heading for the half pipe with a ton of speed. And we'll see if it slows down or not. Speed not necessarily your friend here, as that can cause some wildness. And being wild can become a problem. That is 2 more. Ran into another, but couldn't knock it down, and it's a total of 6 for Chile. And the U.S. will need to beat 6. That's a pretty good score. And we'll see what the United States can do to answer. So Chile put themselves in a good position. The United States trying to answer. Or will we see the U.S. and England go down in back-to-back matchups? It's a 3 on the first go for the U.S. And they are in a little bit of trouble here. Gonna have to be a good run here if the U.S. wants to tie or defeat Chile. And very slowly making their way. It's going to be green. It's going to be an empty run for the U.S. And they go down. Chile moves on. And it indeed is back-to-back losses for England and the United States. Yeah, that hurts. As Uruguay stands in facing Portugal. Uruguay goes first. And their first throw will eventually make its way down toward the board. Here it comes, and there it goes. It's going to be 3. Uruguay knocked down the 3 over in that one corner of the bracket there. And they will try to better that score. And make it a little harder on Portugal. Down the green, they knock the rest of them down. It's a spare for Uruguay. Second of the tournament. Colombia had the first, and Uruguay answers, and that's going to make it extremely difficult for Portugal to move on. They're going to have a hard time with this one. Let's see what they can do. You really need to pick up something. They go blue and they get just 1. And now it's going to be a really tough one for Portugal. They have to knock down all 9 to even Uruguay. Otherwise, deservedly so, Uruguay will win, and they do. 5 pins go down for Portugal. Pretty good run there, but it was not enough, and too late anyway, as Uruguay gets the spare. They get the win. And it's Japan versus Argentina. Japan in a very slick and sleek look with their marble as they make their way to the half pipe for the first time. Mostly white, very shiny for this marble. We always love to see the Argentinian marbles, and that's just 1 for Japan. Second go for Japan as they will try to add on to just that 1 scored from the first time. Try to perform a little bit better and see if they can make this a little harder on Argentina to score. Love that different angle. They went right down the middle and knocked down 3, including the 1 pin. They score 4 overall, and now Argentina knows what they have to do. They need 5 to take out Japan. As they make their way down down the course the first time. You can see it is 6. Very impressive for Argentina. They get the win, and they will take 1 more, a victory try this time for Argentina as they are advanced into the next round automatically after that first one. Scored 6 after Japan took 2 turns to score only 4 points. Argentina made it look easy there. And they will pick up 3 more. They score 9 overall. Nearly knocked it down for our 3rd spare. Argentina is moving on. And now it's the Netherlands against Brazil. Brazil goes first, and their classic yellow and blue look. The Netherlands has gained a reputation for winning very close matchups. That's 5 for Brazil on the first run. Have to be a good run for the Netherlands if they want to beat Brazil here, who still has 1 more to go. 5 down, 1 turn left, and maybe 5 more pins to go for Brazil as they would look for a spare. Just looking to add on some more points and make it a little more difficult on the Netherlands here. They go blue this time and knock down 4 for a score of 9, and it will have to be very impressive for the Netherlands in their dark red, making their way down the course. We've seen them in many different colors of marbles, including orange, but they've gone with dark red and black here. And they need a big run. They'd have to knock down all of the pins if they want to get the win. They knocked down 3 on their first turn, and they'll have to come up with a big one here. Last try for the Netherlands. I think this is our last matchup of the first round. Might have a couple more. I think they probably want to try to go blue here. They do go blue, and they knock down 3, but that's all they're going to get. They needed to knock down 6 at least. They only get 3, and they are knocked out by a score of 9-6. Brazil moves on. And now our quarterfinals begin with France against Chile. Both of these countries being represented in red, white, and blue. It's France who goes first. And Chile knocked out the United States, of course. Their national colors of red, white, and blue as well. France's first run is going to knock down only 1 pin, which is exactly what they did in their first matchup. They ended up being able to win, but France only knocked down 1 pin the first time, only knocked down 4 total and got the win. That would not be good enough in a lot of the first round matchups, as the teams later on in the first round seem to have a little bit more success than early. 1 pin down, that went down the blue for France. Let's see if they try green this time. As they look to add on to their score, they go blue again, and they hit the side and score only 1. Wow. So an empty run that time for France. As Chile will potentially wrap it up here. All they have to do is score 2 and they'll have it finished off. And they just went empty. They can't score on their first try. So now it comes down to the final matchup. 1 last turn. If it's a 0, France wins. If it's a 1, it's a tie. If it's a 2 or more, then Chile wins. Down the green, here they go. They're going to knock down 4 and move their way into the semifinals. It didn't look pretty, but ultimately, that's enough to move on. Chile is into the semifinals. And now we get Mexico against Uruguay. Uruguay will go first. They had one of a few spares in the opening round. We have not seen a strike yet. That's going to be a really difficult ask to get one of these teams to bowl a strike. Down the blue and 1 pin. Low scoring start to this quarterfinal. 4 matchups. And we were already done with 1. And we saw only 5 total points. And through the first bowl of this second matchup, only 1 point scored. Blue or green is the question. Answer is going to be green, and it's going to pay off. 6 more for Uruguay. They score 7 and have put the pressure on Mexico.
Classic green and black. Winding down the snaking course here before we get to the bowling alley portion of the course. Into the half pipe. And down the green, and they will pick up 3. Did a good job, picked up nearly half of the score. And now Mexico in crunch time. Winner to the semis, and the loser goes home with no chance for the podium. Blue this time, and they got 5, and they get the win. Mexico comes up big. Pressure was put on by Uruguay, and Mexico answered. They move on 8-7 the final. They're going to the semis as Argentina and Ghana will face off for a spot in the semifinals as well. It's Argentina to go first. And that is 8 for Argentina. Whoa, almost got that strike that we were talking about, very elusive. And nearly picked it up. Argentina putting on a show early, and all of a sudden, these teams are revving up the engines. Trying to put the hammer down on their opponents and try to lock their way into the next round. In this case, it would be the semifinals. That's going to be a miss for Argentina. Tried to go around to the left side and did, but could not make contact. So they finished with 8, and now it is Ghana, who had a pretty high number to go against in their first round. Pulled it off. Now they need to score 9 or 10 if they want to beat Argentina. They picked up 8, and then an empty run on their second. Down the blue, and 3 picked up for Ghana. So immediately they are thrown into the fire. They need 5 if they want to tie. They need 6 to get the win. Making their way down the course. Been pretty impressed with what we've seen from Ghana in this competition. Let's see if they've got anything else left in the bag here. Try to get it to the semifinals. Argentina watches on. Ghana goes down the green and or the blue, and they didn't make contact with anything. They missed the entire structure. And so Argentina moves on. They fill the 3rd semifinal spot, and now it's Colombia against Brazil. Colombia was the first team to get a spare. And we will see what they do here in this second round matchup with Brazil. Go down the green and missed it all. And if they want to get a spare, they're going to have to knock them all down. We've seen some high scores here in this quarterfinal round, but we've also seen some clean misses. Each of the last 2 teams have a clean miss, and now a 3rd team in a row, if you include Colombia, who missed everything on their first run. They will hope that they don't repeat history there. Down the blue this time, and they knock down 3. That'll be their score, 3 for Colombia. And now Brazil, who could finish it off before they even get to their second throw, if they can knock down 4 or more. Which is a very doable thing, I would say. Seen that happen a few times. Brazil choosing which way. They'll go down green or down blue, and they knock down none. They moved that bottom pin, as you see there, but it stayed on. And so they'll reset. And now Brazil, after an empty run, will have to have some work to do if they want to move on. That was a very uninspiring run for Brazil. Last 4 have all had an empty run. Last 4 teams, that is. And they knock down 4, and Brazil survives at the very end there to move on to the semifinals by a score of 4-3. Boy, that was close. They face Mexico, but first it's Chile against Argentina. Here is Chile. make their way down. And they'll go blue. And did not even make it to where the pins are. Got stuck in the corner and never even entered the pin area. That is a very disappointing run. That's 5 teams in a row that have had an empty set. And now Chile will have to see what they can get here. We're going to hope for something. So blue didn't work very well for them. Couldn't even get near the pins. Green is going to knock down only 1. And Argentina has nearly had it handed to them as they will go for their first time. And you would hope if you're Argentina you can finish this one out before you even have to take that second bowl. However, we've seen quite a few issues with these teams recently. 5 in a row have gone empty-handed on one of their turns, and each of the last 3 teams have all been unable to score on their first run. That changes right here. It's 7 for Argentina. They scored an 8 in their quarterfinal matchup, and they just sent a message. As they will have a victory run, they are on to the final, and Chile is relegated to a third-place matchup. So Argentina, who was a part of that issue with having empty hands, that was after they scored 8, though. That's not the problem here. They knocked down 2 more. It's a 9 for Argentina, and they win it 9-1. A statement heading to the finals for Argentina. And they just sent shivers down the spine of their potential opponents, Mexico and Brazil, who first have to deal with each other, and then the winner is given the pleasure of having to face the juggernaut that has been so far Argentina. Brazil goes first. Loser gets Chile. Winner gets a shot at the title against Argentina. Brazil will go green and knock down 4. Or 3, I should say. That's a good run. Almost knocked down that 4th, but it slid into another pin and held its stance upright. Now a chance to add on and make this a little more difficult. They'll go blue this time and knock down just 1 more. So 4 total is the score for Brazil. As their marble nearly left the arena. With the high spin rate on that one. Knocking down 1. And setting up us up in a situation where Mexico, if they can knock down half of the pins over the next 2 turns, are going to move on to the finale. They'll go blue and got denied by the side of the course. They get nothing, and now they'll have to score 5 pins here on this throw if they want to beat Brazil outright. That was a devastating run for Mexico. First one wasn't too kind when they went blue. Let's see where they go this time. They'll go green, try it again, right down the middle, and they pick up 7 and advance to the finals. A clutch move by Mexico to win it. They face Argentina, but first we go to the third place matchup, and it's Chile against Brazil. Chile's out of the gates first, and they will make their way down. 2 tries here. As always, a disappointing semifinal matchup for Chile. They scored only 1 in the entirety. Oh, almost got entirely stuck. And a very good start. It's 6 for Chile. And you know they have to be thinking, where was that after their first run? That ended with just 1 pin down after 2 tries. Let's see if they can add on here. Go down the green and knock down 2 more. They'll score 8 total. Good run from Chile. And they have put the pressure on Brazil. And the Brazilians will have to come up with a very impressive run if they want to claim a third place finish and get on the podium. go green and knock down 5 on their first run. That was pretty good. And they're in a spot where if you go blue, you can have a very good opportunity here if you're Brazil to come out and beat Chile, which was a good run for them. They did a good job of forcing a tough situation there. But if you can get this one to go down the blue slide, you've got a real opportunity. It does go down the blue, but they only knock down 1. They'll finish with a total of 6, but Chile gets 3rd place. And now all the eyes are going to turn to the starting gate. It is Argentina and Mexico, and the Argentines out first. They have scored 8 and 7 on a couple of their respective runs, just on their own, on one single bowl. They've combined for 15. And they just missed everything there. A clean miss, Argentina. Oh boy, that was a very big disappointment for the Argentines. And now, you got to get everything you can muster. Good thing is Argentina has shown that they can score high numbers in one turn, and they just did. They pick up 7. Argentina trying to bail themselves out after a very unimpressive run. There's the last one going down and helping out the cause. Now it is Mexico. Eight will win it. And you have 2 tries to do it. Not an easy task by any means. Down the blue they go first time. They pick up 3. And it'll come down to the final matchup. This one is for a championship, as Mexico makes their way down for the final time, encountering the halfpipe. Here they are. Blue or green. Mexico with green in their flag colors, green on their marbles. Is that where they go to try to win the championship? The answer is no. They go blue, and they did not make contact at first. They just tapped a pin at the very end, and that's the way it ends. Argentina with a big run on their final throw. They earn the title. 3rd place to Chile. 2nd place to Mexico. But Argentina gets the win. They take home the trophy and win the bowling title. So congratulations to Argentina, Mexico, and Chile on placing on the podium. But the championship this time goes to Argentina. Until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Hello friends and welcome back to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I am Ricochet here for a very interesting race and tournament that we will have with motorized boats powering our marbles. As you see a mock course on the screen right now, we're going to go through a little bit of a practice run to show you what this is going to be like. You see the starting gates there in the clear. Let them go, and then it is simply a motorized boat that is going to make its way and then hit one of those marbles that will help propel it towards a very large course here, which involves a lot of different loops and turns and funnels, making their way around. And there is a very large finishing portion of this course. A lot of different decisions to be made by those marbles, so obviously we'll try to get to that finish line first. Some of the countries being represented, there are the United States and their supporters, Argentina, Brazil, Mexico, Italy, France. All very familiar with Marble Fubeca. I believe that is Ireland there. Haven't seen them very much. Belgium. A lot of different countries, and of course, as always, they are fighting to make it on the podium. Here are the competitors: Costa Rica, Italy, Russia, and Japan. And then the United States, the Korean Republic, Switzerland, and Portugal. And on the right side of the bracket, India, Spain, Brazil, and Australia. And then France, Argentina, Belgium, and Mexico. So a good mix of old and new, and some of the competitors that we've seen a lot, and some countries we have not necessarily seen a lot. Here's Costa Rica against Italy. Costa Rica is on the left side, Italy is on the right. Let's see which of these boats gets out first. Costa Rica is in the lead, and they are going to hit well ahead of Italy in the dark blue, who very, very softly made contact. And it is Costa Rica in the lead, making their way now through the red portion of this matchup, or up toward the red portion, I should say. Up and around, and they are now on the conveyor belt. And now the long red part of this course, which we have seen some marbles have had a chance to gain some speed and some momentum before they head into the large funnel, or tunnel, I guess I should say, making their way around. And it looks as though Italy is caught up just a tad bit. Lead still belongs to Costa Rica. Around and now to the final part where you have to make your decision on where you're going to go. It looks like a pretty good run so far by Costa Rica. They are toward the finish, and they finish at a time of 56 seconds to take the win and eliminate Italy, who will finish at 1 minute and 3 seconds. So Costa Rica advances towards the quarterfinal, and we head to the top right of the bracket. It is Mexico against Belgium. Mexico on the left in their classic green and black, and it's Belgium in the yellow and black, and they've got the lead early. A very quick run on the boats, and now around to the relay. And a large lead early on. Let's see if Mexico can slow that down. They do. They pass Belgium in that first funnel. What a run by Mexico. Passing Belgium in the funnel, and they will be one prong ahead as we head on these conveyor belts. Big run by Mexico there at that first funnel to take the lead. And they are first to get down towards the large tunnel. Here they are. They're in, and now they will roll around the long portion of the track, head back towards one more funnel. Let's see if Belgium can teach them a trick. Do it to them as well. They cannot. This time it's Mexico coming in and out with the lead of that funnel. Slowed down just a tad bit. And now Belgium is in some trouble. They're right with each other. Belgium nearly took the lead, but it's Mexico that finishes first. And they beat them by just over, or just under, 0.2 of a second. A very tightly contested matchup with a lot of passes, and it goes the way of Mexico. Next matchup is Portugal against Switzerland. They are pretty even, but Switzerland, in the mostly clear on the right side, is in the lead as they get out first into that first funnel, and it is still Switzerland in the advantage. Long yellow portion of the track now, making their way toward the conveyor belt. They got stuck in a portion where there weren't many prongs, and so that lead evaporated there for Switzerland. They will make their way towards the tunnel first, trying to lengthen the lead. They've got a pretty good sized lead now. Let's see if they can get out of this funnel quickly, or if Portugal can cause problems. It is Switzerland. Mexico had a hard time here, nearly lost their entire lead, and it's going to happen again. Switzerland gets stuck. They get moved by Portugal. They retake the lead and they win it. Portugal thought they were going to overcome them, but Switzerland got stuck on the course and then gets lodged free by Portugal, passes them up, and takes the win. Wow, that is devastating as we get India against Spain now, and Spain with an early lead. Let's see how big of a lead. They're already in that funnel. And here comes India in the white. Very close, and Spain out first. Oh, very nicely done, and it's going to be a one-prong lead that time for Spain. They came in right at the last moment when that prong was about to become unavailable. They are able to widen the lead just a little bit. Pretty good size advantage right now for Spain as they make their way into that big funnel. And now they are in the final funnel. And, oh, India almost made a big pass, but they cannot. And a pretty large lead for Spain right now. They will finish it off and get the win at 56 seconds, fastest time of the day. Finished up at a minute even by India. So Spain moves on. 4 teams into the quarterfinals. We'll get one more between Russia and Japan. They look pretty close right now. Neither really moving too well. Looks like it's Russia in the lead. They will take the lead. Oh, but look at that run. As Japan, with a very quick motion, they are going to pass up Russia, but Russia just passed them right back up. And they are gaining a little bit of momentum there as a long time for Japan to get out of it. And a large lead now. That 3 or 4 prongs separating these two as they make their way on the conveyor belt. Already in the red portion of the track, a large lead for Russia. Making that way towards the second funnel. Moved a little slowly there, but still a large advantage. Let's see what Japan can do to try to offset that. Final portion of the track now for Russia. Here comes Japan, but is it too little too late? The answer is yes, as Russia will finish at a minute 6, and Japan will limp their way through at a minute and 10. Just over 4 seconds off the pace. Russia moves on. And now it is Argentina against France. Some of the prettier marbles in this matchup. And very slowly we get off the starting blocks there. And it is very close, but it is France in the lead, and now Argentina surpasses them. France, though, gets the inside line, and they get out of the funnel first. Just saw that happen with Japan and Russia, and now we see it once again with France and Argentina. Not a huge lead, but still a lead nonetheless for France, getting out of the conveyor belt. Through the tunnel and onto that final funnel, and the lead has grown just a tad bit for France over Argentina. Who gets the inside line, and it will be France out first. Let's see if they can build that lead. Not very much. Here comes Argentina. They've got the lead. France really struggling. They've got to hurry it up. It's going to be too little too late. A comeback win for Argentina as they win it by just under 2 seconds, and Argentina moves on. So not a great run there, as the United States now faces off, and they are in a different color than we've seen from them most of the time. They've been a lot of silver and metallic, but they are in white with blue, and a mostly blue for Korea, who is really struggling with this boat portion. And the U.S. has a pretty good size advantage right off the bat, just now making contact with the boat. Is that second marble? Let's see how big the U.S. can make it. Here comes Korea, though. What a comeback in that first funnel, as Korea was way behind in the water portion of this matchup, which involves the boat motorized and making its way towards the relay to connect with their teammate and push them forward, and Korea has done a great job here. They have built a very large lead over the United States. This might be too big to overcome, as they are circling that funnel. Let's see if the United States can pull a fast one on them. The answer is no. Korea will make their way toward the final descent first. That was a struggle for France last time. However, Korea is in trouble. It's going to come down to the end, and at the finish, it's Korea going to come out by just under 1/10 of a second. They beat out the United States and move on. They will take on Switzerland, as now we get Australia against Brazil. That was a very close finish. And it is very tight, but it will be Australia in the lead with the dark blue. Lighter blue and a little bit of yellow being represented for Brazil. And we will see how big of a lead can be produced. 3 prongs worth. However you want to measure that. That is the lead right now, and we'll see when you actually get to actual seconds. They were going to hit the funnel at 35, and well, it kind of went out of the camera view, so it's a little bit difficult to tell where they hit it. Somewhere around the 40-second mark on that one, so about a 4-second lead for Australia, and we'll see when they come out of it how big the lead is. But Brazil just overcame them, and Brazil comes down to the finish first, passed back up by Australia, and now the lead goes back to Brazil, and they are going to finish first. It went back and forth at the... Oh, wait! Did they? Yes, they did. They did make that finish, and Brazil will move on. It was a tight matchup there. Back and forth they went. And we are into the quarterfinal now, and the first matchup is Costa Rica against Russia. And the starting gates moved a little slowly there. Oh, very even. And so Russia being closer towards the funnel, they will get out first, but through the funnel first is Costa Rica. They're still pretty tight. And a close matchup here. Lead belongs to Costa Rica. They're through the tunnel. So is Russia. And now, one of the important aspects here. Who gets out of this funnel first? The answer is Costa Rica. They'll have their first opportunity to make their way down this very decision-heavy portion of the course. And they will finish it off at actually under a minute, 54 seconds. And Russia got stuck. Yep, they're going to get stuck, and they will finish this one off. So Russia's not going to complete the course, and Costa Rica's into the semifinals. So a DNF did not finish for Russia, as they are denied an opportunity. And now we get Mexico against Argentina. Mexico looks like they're in the lead. Pretty tight, though. Let's see who's going to make contact first, and it's almost dead even. You've seen that has been an important part, but at times you've been able to overcome that. We saw that with Korea against the United States. U.S. had a huge lead in the boat portion of the race, and Korea passed them up on that first funnel, and ultimately won it in a tight matchup. Argentina in the lead early here, and they are into the tunnel and making their descent toward the final funnel. They've got that advantage. They've got the inside line, but Mexico passed them up. They are going to have their first shot at the finish, and they are making quick work of it early. Let's see if they can continue that. Down to the final decision. Oh, but Argentina passes them up and gets the win. They finish just under a minute, and just over a minute, and out of the race is Mexico. And now it is the Korean Republic against Switzerland. That was a big comeback there. Mexico passed them up, and Argentina comes from behind to pull a fast one on them. This is Korea against Switzerland. Korea is the blue marble. Switzerland in a very clear look, and they're out of the funnel first. Very tight with each other. They both got stuck on a portion where the conveyor belt is mostly empty. And so they're right next to each other. The lead belongs to Switzerland early. Oh, look at Korea. They really picked up some speed, and I think they may have made contact with Switzerland. And Korea's through first. They are really moving right now, and Switzerland might be in a little bit of trouble. They're still not out of the funnel. Now they are, but only one decision to make, and Korea is moving on. As they came towards that final funnel, all of the speed, and it's nearly an 8-second win. All the speed was belonging to Korea, and they not only did they pick up the speed and make contact, but they also surpassed Switzerland rather easily there. Spain against Brazil here. Both of these boats moving pretty quickly and almost dead even. Brazil in the lead right now. However, we've seen a lot of times that left side has been able to get the inside advantage, and that'll happen once again. Spain gets out first, trying to build the advantage. One prong separates the two countries. About one length of the track there. And toward that final funnel, we'll see if Spain can once again get out first. The answer is yes, they've still got the lead on Brazil. And now it is their race to lose. Here comes Brazil. Will it be too little too late? It is. Spain leads from start to finish, basically, and will advance to the semifinals with a finishing time of 1 minute and 2 seconds. And we have our semifinal now. The matchup first is Costa Rica against Korea. As we make our way on the boats, hopefully both these countries hoping that they will have one more time with the boats. Wow, you've got a lot of speed from Korea as they once again made contact with the other marble, making their way toward a funnel. They get out first, and they've built a little bit of a lead here against Costa Rica. The Korean Republic looks very strong right now. A lot of confidence after they took out the United States with a back-and-forth win. A comeback win last time against Switzerland. And now they have the lead pretty early against Costa Rica. In a different spot this time. Can they hold on to it? They're in the funnel, as is Costa Rica now. It is Korea out first toward the finishing platform. Ooh, pretty tight here. Last decision, and it's a pass at the final moment. Costa Rica will win it, and they are going to the finals. And they'll face either Argentina or Spain. Big comeback there. Opening gates rise. And right now the lead looks like it belongs to Argentina. Oh, almost dead even there. Watch it again. Let's see if Argentina gets out first. They were on the left side. Have to wonder what it is that causes them to typically get out first, but this time it's Spain. What in the funnel first comes out first, but they are very tight. They were basically right on each other before they make it to the conveyor belt. And let's see if Argentina can pick up some ground here. They do. Again, it's tight. Argentina is pushing Spain to the funnel. And now, do they get out first? If they do, they've got the advantage. If they don't, you still have to give Spain the advantage. They do. Argentina makes the pass in the funnel. Now they're making their way down that final portion of this course. Here comes Spain. They are tight. It is Spain that's going to make the pass and get the win. And Spain is into the final against Costa Rica. But first we'll get the third place matchup, which is between Korea and Argentina. I honestly thought the Korean Republic had a good chance to win this tournament, especially with how well they started running in the middle of this portion, but they got overtaken by Costa Rica at the end of this matchup. And now it looks like Argentina is going to get out first. Yep, they do have the lead, and they do get to the funnel first. And Argentina in the lead. Trying to grow that lead for the light blue and white marble. Look at the silver mixed in there as well. The all blue of the Korean Republic. And they are trying to take the lead. However, Argentina did a great job of blocking that. And now they're going to try to quickly make it through. And this is going to be one of the bigger wins. Argentina secures third place and a spot on the podium as they take out Korea in dominant fashion, and they beat them by almost 8 seconds. That was the second largest win at 7.97 seconds, second largest of this tournament. And now we get to the final matchup of the day. This is the championship for the gold, and then subsequently the silver. Early lead belongs to Costa Rica. They are through the water portion for the final time. Lead belongs to Costa Rica. They're into the funnel first. Spain has gotten through the funnel first each of the last 2 times. That has been huge for them. This time, they will play catch-up, but it is a tight matchup, and they are coming right now for Costa Rica. Look how close they are. They ran into each other waiting for the conveyor belt, and they ended up in a spot of the course, or the spot of the conveyor belt, where it's very, very tight. It looks as though Spain has a little bit of more speed right now. They are trying to catch up very close with Costa Rica. Who gets out of this funnel first? That may determine the champion. It's Costa Rica. How big of a lead do they have? How much of a cushion do they have to get through this final portion? Not very much. However, they're down to the final spot. Costa Rica is going to be passed up. It's going to come down to the finish. Costa Rica gets it by 0.03 of a second. Costa Rica wins it. And you have to look at the slow-mo replay as just a hair too late for Spain. They earn the silver, but Costa Rica gets gold. What a finish, as you will crown the very deserving champion of Costa Rica. Argentina earns third. Spain, with a valiant effort, they get second, but Costa Rica with an incredible run at the end and a photo finish if you've ever seen one. They win the gold. They take home the trophy. An incredible matchup and a great finish to this tournament. And so for Marble Fubeca and for MSPN, I'm Rick O'Shea, and thanks for watching. Hello friends, and welcome to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I am Ricochet here for the Quadrilla Race, which is, as you can see, a very daunting track, which will encompass quite a long race. The goal of this race is going to be to get your team to finish first, and so whichever team will finish first will move on. As you see, this gigantic course, which is the Halfpipe Quadrilla course, which is why we are calling it the Quadrilla Race, as you can see at the beginning, but near those starting posts, you're going to have to get through those pegs before you enter some very complex spirals, very complex funnels that will shoot you out all different places. You are going to lose sight of some of these marbles at some point, so we will try our best to keep as well of an overview sign as you can. As you can see there are many different ins and outs of these different parts of the course, as you see some of the countries lining up and getting ready to go. Should be a very, very interesting race, as we have our 16-team field fighting for that cup right in the middle. And you can see some of those countries lining up, and there they are, India and the Philippines, and there's Ecuador. Mexico up toward the top. Mexico, who won our last standalone video that we have put up, which you saw the half pipes, the very large half pipe course that, as I mentioned, was almost like a Plinko style event where you scored different points based on where you're landing. Nothing like this today. This is just a good old-fashioned marble race where you want your entire team to get down as soon as possible. And so our first matchup is the Netherlands against Brazil, and we are underway. Netherlands in the red and black. Everybody making their way through. Brazil, classic, mostly yellow. And now they go all different ways, and it's almost just a guessing game as to who's in the lead. First one down right now is the Netherlands. We can tell you that much as they head up the conveyor belt. There is Brazil with a couple, and the Netherlands with two more, and they begin the funnels. One half pipe there, and Brazil is the first one down. There is the Netherlands, and the Netherlands had one shoot right out toward the right side. They are the first one down to another one of those lower funnels. Look at the marbles up towards that top at the very first funnel before you get to the half pipe. A lot of them very tight with each other. Only one marble so far has chosen the left side, and that is the Netherlands all alone. Everybody else either hasn't made a choice yet or has gone to the right side. First one down is going to be... maybe not. Here we go. It's going to be Brazil out of nowhere. Big run by Brazil to take it. Here comes the Netherlands with two. You have four marbles, and Brazil's in a little bit of trouble. Brazil gets one more down. Only one to go for the Netherlands. They are circling it. They fall, and it is the Netherlands that is going to take it. Brazil will be eliminated with still two marbles. One marble has two more funnels to get through. A exciting start, but almost a disappointing finish there for Brazil, as they did have the first marble and a pretty heroic attempt by that first marble to get down first, passing up a couple of the Netherlands marbles, but the Netherlands is going to move on. And now it's China against Argentina. China in very intimidating black and red, and Argentina in the light blue. They head down this wooden funnel, which will shoot you out all different ways. At this point, it's kind of hard to tell until you get to the conveyor belt, and then you can see who's really fully in the lead. Shaking the conveyor belt is China with the first two, then Argentina. Another Chinese marble makes its way up. Looks like Argentina has the lowest marble. Argentina is actually in a lot of trouble. They've got three marbles up towards that first funnel. They need some help. One to the left side, that is China. Everybody else to the right side. The first three right now are all Chinese. This is a dominant run right now by China. Will they be able to finish it off, though? That's the question. The last marble right now is China. That could be some trouble. Argentina fighting with themselves. China's down first. Let's see if they can finish all of theirs before Argentina can get away with another close win. There's the second Chinese marble. Here comes the first for Argentina. Left side really moving slowly. Argentina has their second. China has number 3. Can they finish it off on the left side? Circling it. China is going to fall down first, and the Chinese advance. Argentina closer than Brazil, but still going to be eliminated nonetheless. As that was a closer matchup, although China did lead wire to wire basically right there. And we have 2 that are through, and now it's Ecuador against Mexico. Mexico coming from the left side in the black and green. Multicolored yellow, red, and blue. The colors on the flag of Ecuador are on their marbles as well. Looks like Ecuador's out to the early lead. But again, depending on where you fall, it is really back and forth on who's ultimately going to take the lead until you get to this point. And it is Ecuador with the first 3, and 4 out of the first 5 are going to be Ecuador marbles, and we'll see if they're able to hold off. We have seen some of the marbles struggle when you get here to this part in the race with the funnels. Can cause problems. The half pipes we have seen many times can definitely cause problems. And for the first time, we've got a couple of marbles go to that left side. 1 Ecuador and 1 Mexico. Mexico, though, is in some trouble. They have basically all the marbles that are in last. This is maybe even a bigger blowout. First one down is going to be Mexico, though, fittingly enough. And then Ecuador off to the left. Ecuador has their second, has their third, and they're very close. Ecuador with a 4-1 advantage. Still 3 marbles had to cross for Mexico after Ecuador had dropped all of theirs, so an easy win. And just by way of how many marbles had crossed for the opponent by the time that the winning team had finished, this is the biggest blowout. Although, it was a little close there, and Mexico did have the first one to move on, but it is Ecuador overall as a team that will advance to move on to the quarterfinals. And we get a battle of red, white, and blue. It is France and Russia. Slowly making their way down. Everybody done with one portion of the wooden funnels, making their way towards the conveyor belt now, which will take them up and over and on their way to the funnels and then to the half pipe and down, where they have to make their choice on which set of funnels they're going to take. Pretty tight right now. Nobody really pulling away yet. France and Russia. You can see up at the top of the screen a couple of the blue marbles very close there. France and Russia cross the line almost identically. They both have 2 in and 2 to go. However, it is going to be too little too late for France, as Russia, despite the fact that they went 2-2 early, they finish off their 2 before the other 2 for France can cross the finish line. They still have a couple more funnels to go for that last French marble, and Russia will advance to the quarterfinals as well. From the bottom right quadrant, I should say. Chile on the left side, that's with the more blue. More of the blue is going to be Chile. Poland is their opponent, and they are also mostly white, so a lot of white on both these marbles, but that is white with just red for Poland, and it is white with blue as well as red for Chile, and everybody is making their way toward the conveyor belt. Right now the advantage goes to Chile. However, it looks as though now Poland has taken that lead. And yeah, Chile has the last marble right now, so they are in the danger spot. Doesn't matter who finishes first, you can tell Mexico or ask Mexico about that, because they will tell you Who finishes first doesn't end up mattering. It's who's in that last spot. And right now, Chile's in a little bit of trouble. They are well behind everybody else. Still at that half pipe, they're stuck. Now they will head to the left side, trying to make up ground. Chile does finish first. There is the first and second marbles for Poland. It's 2-2 right now. There's Poland's third. There is Poland's fourth, and they will advance. And it was that last marble. Chile with a respectable run, except for the final marble, and that ends up costing them, as they still have 2 more funnels to make it through. Slowly going down. You can see those marbles are very tight in color. A little bit more clear on the Polish marbles, as they will advance for their country into the quarterfinal, and they're going to take on the Netherlands. And now we get our matchup between Germany and Portugal. It is going to be Germany in the black on the left, and Portugal with mostly green coming from the right side. First marble down was Portugal. First 2 down with Portugal. Everybody's down. And making their way now through the maze that is that wooden area of this course. The Cape Quadrilla course, or what we are referring to as the Quadrilla Race. First round matchup still. And Germany has the first 2. First 3, first 4. Or no, first 3. But the last 2 to come out of that top funnel were both from Portugal. The Portuguese struggling a little bit. Now it is Germany that's in last. Pretty good run there by Portugal to take advantage of a little bit of a mistake. As you see a different angle here, showing you from the top, and now right back into last place would be Portugal. It's very tight. Portugal has their first through. They have their second through. Here comes number 3. They've got a 3-0 lead, but now here comes, oh, there's a big run for Portugal, and Germany in trouble. Circling and through is Portugal. And Germany, after having a huge lead, they had the first 3, and there were 2 for Portugal that were at the back. It is Portugal that will advance. They will take on China. Our next matchup is India against the Philippines. India with the mint color and the light blue, almost sky blue, representing the Philippines. Everybody making their way down, heading for the conveyor belt. This is where it gets very tricky. First through was the Philippines, but it is mostly right now India. It looks like they've got the advantage. And it is India that has the last marble right now. Both these countries with very shiny representatives. And we will find out who will be the first to fall and claim, I guess, a personal victory there. 3 of the marbles for the Philippines are off to the right side. First down was India. There's the Philippines with their second and a 2-1 lead. 2-2 now. It's 3-2 India, and India's going to advance. As the Philippines, once again, this has been a trend here in this early going. 1 marble ends up struggling for their country. And more or less, it's just 1 that ends up knocking them out. Very tight all the way through with the exception of the final Philippines marble. That is circling around that final funnel and will fall now. And finish up what is a disappointing run for them. India's through. They're going to take on Ecuador in the quarterfinal. And our final matchup from this first round is the United States against Spain. Spain in the tan color, white with red, is the U.S. In our half pipes matchup, we saw the U.S. sport silver, but they've got mostly white this time. Everybody heads for the determining factor of really where you are standing at this point. It's the U.S. with the first, but it's also the U.S. with the last. So Spain has found their way through, and now Spain has the final 2 marbles. And let's see, yep, Spain's going to have the last 2 to come out of that top funnel and make their way toward the half pipe. U.S. has 3 that will go down the left side, and they are the only 3 down the left side. All 4 marbles trying to go down the right for Spain. And it looks like it might be a blowout for the U.S. They have their first. They are circling their second. Here comes Spain. They knock down their first, but the U.S. knocks in 2, 3, and 4. And a dominant win for the United States to advance to the quarterfinal round. As Spain had the final 2 marbles, the marbles running 7th and 8th for virtually the entire race. After they got out of the conveyor belt and down to that first funnel, from there on, the Americans dominant, and they will advance to take on Russia in the quarterfinal. And we head back to the Netherlands, who were in the first matchup. They take on Poland. Poland in the white, Netherlands in the red. A slow track here on this, beginning with the wooden funnels. The speed doesn't build up until a little bit later when they head down the track and make their way onto the conveyor belt. Netherlands had the first one down. The last one down will also be the Netherlands. Similar to what we just saw from the U.S. in the final matchup the first round. Last out of that first funnel will be the Netherlands. Ooh, very tight with each other. Poland takes the advantage. Poland making their way to that final half pipe with their last marble. Netherlands still in that funnel, and now they knock with each other, and Poland ends up losing out as the Netherlands knocked Poland and just went right on through. Said, excuse me, I'll take that. And knocks Poland right now with a struggling marble. Both have 1 in. Poland has 2. Now the Netherlands have 2. Poland circling their third. They've got it. It's going to come down to that final marble. 2 funnels to go. Now only 1 funnel to go for everyone. Netherlands with their third. Here comes Poland. Here comes the Netherlands. It is tied, and at the buzzer, Netherlands. They advance, and Poland goes home in a buzzer beater. A nail biter right there. And the Netherlands will advance to the semifinals, and Poland got to be disappointed right there. Here is China against Portugal now. China with the red and black stripes. And they have the final 3 marbles to get out of the beginning of that wooden funnel there. Portugal with the green. Making their way to the conveyor belt. And the first 4, how about that? 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the running right now are Portugal. 5, 6, 7, and 8 are China. And we'll see how well China can avoid that continuing to happen, because that is a very big advantage right now for Portugal. Can they take advantage? We have seen big leads blown. Right now, the final 3 marbles are all from the Chinese. They had an easy win in round 1. But not coming quite as easy right now. Nobody down yet. Portugal has 3 that are with either 2 funnels or 1 funnel to go. Same can now be said for China, but they have 1 marble that's really struggling. First one down is Portugal. Second down is Portugal. Here comes the first for China. There's the third for Portugal. Second for China, but Portugal circling it. And they will win. They advance with, again, as I mentioned, 1 marble can ruin it for your team, and that is the case for China. They actually got that third one in first despite being down big. Everybody else made that comeback. But Portugal will advance as China unable to complete what would have been a large comeback, falling 1 marble short. We move on to Ecuador against India. Ecuador in the yellow, India in the mint green. Ooh, wow. Ecuador had one of their marbles get stuck, had to be pushed along by that last marble. And 3 out of the final 4, and the last 3, in fact, all belong to Ecuador. So they're in a little bit of trouble here. Look at that. All of India's marbles were on that bottom funnel. All of Ecuador's marbles were on the top funnel. Again, a big lead getting late into this race. Can India hold on? That was something that Portugal barely was able to do. Almost overcome by a big comeback from China. Ecuador would like to do the same. Right now it's pretty tight. Let's see who's the last to get down from that top funnel that we see on the screen right now. It's going to be Ecuador. And the first down, meanwhile, will also be Ecuador. They will take the personal win. They've got the first 3. Here comes Ecuador. Trying to be pushed along. 1 in, 2 in, now 3 in for India. Again, it's going to come down to the wire. And it's Ecuador. They do complete the very large comeback, which nearly turned into a comeback bid by India. Tight one. But Ecuador moves on, and now we get the big boys. Russia against the United States. Russia in the dark red with white stripes. The U.S. in the white with red stripes. Very distinguishable which one is which. These two countries facing off. The spot on the semifinals on the line, the final spot in the semifinals. And the U.S. has the final marble right now, and now that changes hands to Russia. Last one to get to the halfpipes is a telling sight. Right now that is going to be the U.S., although that was the case for the U.S. in their first round matchup, and they were still able to hold off it. In fact, they had a sweep, a dominant win. U.S. right now closest to the finish line, but also they still have a marble that's up at the halfpipes. That marble is killing the United States right now in a huge amount. They still can't get out of it. Now they finally do, but they've got 2 whole funnels to make up on the next closest for Russia. Russia has 1 down. The U.S. has 3, but they're going to be ousted, it looks, by 1 marble. The theme continues in this competition. Russia advances, and the U.S., despite having a 3-0 lead, they are eliminated. Russia moves on to the semifinals. The Netherlands against Ecuador for a spot in the championship. Netherlands barely held on to beat Poland. They are in the red. Ecuador in the yellow. A very, very tight matchup for the Netherlands to get them to this spot. Wow, look at that. Everybody was bunched up there at the conveyor belt. Had to take their turns making their way up. Fascinating right there. Again, important in this matchup is the last marble down to the halfpipes. And the last 2 marbles down to the halfpipes right here are going to be the Netherlands. They have the 2 marbles that seem to be in the lead right now, but they also have 2 marbles towards the bottom. Now they're trying to gang up on Ecuador and pass them. They got 1 through. They've got only 1 through before Ecuador retakes the lead on towards that bottom of the screen. And now the first to finish is the Netherlands. But again, that's not what matters. It's when does your last marble cross. Netherlands with a 2-0 lead. Ecuador has their first. The Netherlands have their third, but they also have 1. It's going to come down to this final marble, and they are in the same funnel. Who's going to fall first? The Netherlands are going to go. And the Netherlands with another tight win. They advance to the championship in thrilling fashion. How about that? Very tight. As Russia and Portugal watched on, now they are in the spotlight. Whoa, very slow getting into that wooden funnel. Everybody slowed themselves down there and gave the marbles that were in the funnel a little bit of an advantage, but again, the slower marbles are the ones you want to focus on. And there is a pretty big disparity right now between first and last, and the last marble belongs to Russia, who is struggling with a lot of their marbles towards the back. However, it is Portugal that actually went down first from that top funnel. And let's see which one is the final one to get through that second funnel and into the half pipes. It is going to be Portugal again. And Portugal not exactly having the success I think they would have envisioned here. Russia has one already down. Portugal still has one in the half pipes. They're down to their funnel. Let's see if they can make a run as they finish their first. However, it looks like it's a pretty big advantage right now for Russia. 2-1, the lead belongs to Portugal. Now it's 2-2. Both of the Russians are down to their final funnel. Russia moves on to play for this championship, and they will face the Netherlands as Portugal, once again, outdone by that one marble that could not get through the half pipes. Every team member is important. One marble can cost you. But first, it's our third place match between Ecuador and Portugal, who had one marble cost them. Each eliminated because of one single team member struggling, as they will one last time make their way through a large wooden structure and head for the conveyor belt. We are lucky that we have not seen any marbles get stuck on that wooden part, which would form a disqualification. We've seen a couple of marbles who have been stuck, but nobody has permanently gotten stuck because those have not been the last marbles to make it through to that point. So that is a break, and nobody has had to be disqualified because of a team member unable to finish the race. Starting to make their way down through the funnels. Ecuador still has one more marble to make their way to the half pipe. They do now, and they need to get out of there as quickly as possible. If I'm not mistaken, everybody went to the left, and they did. How about that? First one down is Portugal. However, the last two also belong to Portugal. Portugal trying to take advantage of the fact that they have their marbles to work with. They have a 2-0 lead. Now here comes one for Ecuador, and now Ecuador's got the last two. They're in trouble. Big comeback by Portugal. And I have to knock somebody out of the way. Portugal and Ecuador comes down to the final one, and Portugal is going to take third place as they get this win 4-3 in another tight matchup. And that brings it to the finale. It is the Netherlands in the brighter red with black stripes, and it is Russia in the dark red with white stripes. The Netherlands have barely advanced the last two times. They had a pretty nice win in their first matchup, but after that, very, very close in the quarterfinals and in the semifinals. Everybody through one last time onto the conveyor belt. Russia with a 4 marble lead, if I'm not mistaken. Big advantage. Here's the last one down. One of the Russian marbles is still stuck in that funnel, and it is going to be Netherlands' last one. Ooh, very tight. They collided but did not get stuck. That was both Netherlands marbles there that could have had disaster. They're going to need to make a comeback on Russia if they want to once again come away with a close win. First one down is Russia. Second one down is going to be Russia. Third down is Russia. Fourth down is Russia. It's a sweep. 4-0 as the Netherlands run out of magic in the finale. Russia wins it 4-0. They take the cup. Second place goes to the Netherlands, and Portugal, by way of winning the third place matchup, They get onto the pedestal as well, coming in third. The Netherlands in second, but the crowned champion is Russia as they get the win via a sweep in the finale, a dominated showing by Russia. And they finish off this matchup on the Quadrilla Race on the Halfpipe Quadrilla track with a pretty easy win in the championship round. So that is all for us here from MSPN representing Marble Fubeca. I am Ricochet, and thank you for watching.
We are glad to have you back for event number 2 and video number 2 of this 16-team tournament. Glad to have you here for our second event. I'm Ricochet for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca and our coverage today of the Marble with Racetrack Curves in Kersetti. Very interesting, large, just a ginormous course that will host today's festivities. As you see, another time trial-based event. And on the left side of your screen, the 2019 team statistics. Russia, Brazil, and England leading the way. There is the starting gates, and now on the left side you see the teams that already clinched their way in from the Marble Golf video, so if you haven't seen that, take a look. That's Italy, Argentina, Uruguay, and England. We won in the first of our 3 videos for this tournament. There are the teams that are competing today. Pakistan will take on Portugal. And then Russia against Colombia. Brazil takes on the Korean Republic. And Spain versus Chile. Marble golf involved countries potentially having contact with each other and influencing each other. That won't be the case today, as Portugal takes on Pakistan. This is simply about speed, and unlike the last time we saw a speed trial, you have 3 team members, 3 marbles that need to get to the bottom. That could be very interesting as they are off and running. It looks like a slight lead right now for Portugal, which is on the top rung. Followed, slowing down just a tad bit, as Pakistan. They're going to have to pick this up. Portugal keeping their marbles very tight with each other, continuing to make their way down a very large course. Building that lead. Looks like they've got one more time around. They do. Here they come, and it will be a pretty easy win. 34-21, beat them by just under 2 seconds. Portugal takes out Pakistan. Giving you a little glimpse of what we're going to see in today's video, as they make their way into the quarterfinal for this tournament. Next matchup is going to be Russia versus Colombia. Colombia takes the top. Russia goes on the bottom. Right now the top, undefeated in 1 run, obviously. That course just so big and moving just a little bit every time that the marbles make contact. Colombia has lost 1 of their marbles, has gone rogue from the rest of the course. Way out in front, but it looks like even their slower marbles, now they seem to be catching back up to each other. It seems like it's pretty tight right now. Who comes around this time? Russia has taken the lead. They are picking up speed and in a hurry. Next time around will be the last time, and it looks like Russia's going to get this win. They will. What a finish for Russia. They come across with the fastest time now, 34-17, and beat them by an even second over Colombia. Great comeback by Russia, because Colombia had that lead, and Colombia had by far the fastest marble there before they kind of came back to the pack. So Russia takes over the best time, and they move in to the quarterfinals, and now Brazil against Korea. So the top has won once, the bottom has won once. Brazil goes up top, and Korea takes the bottom. We'll see. Brazil jumps out to an early lead. Still within 1 length of the grouping of marbles is Korea. But now they've started to slow down just a little bit. Brazil really trying to open up that lead. They're doing so now. Really opening up the lead. Brazil just trying to dominate this course. They've only got 1 more time around to go, and Brazil is going to win this one by a mile. 33-16. They beat Korea by 2 seconds, and they beat the record, the fastest time, by a full second, 1.01, better than the Russian time. An easy win for Brazil, and they dominate the course there. Wow, that was surprising. As we get our last matchup, Spain versus Chile, our final matchup for today's video. And we will have the quarterfinal set. We'll drop from 16 to 8 from the last 2 videos into our final video. Spain takes the top, Chile takes the bottom. If Chile wins and moves on, then the top and bottom will split, each winning 2. Spain trying to keep that from happening. They're pretty close right now. One of the Chilean marbles is way behind. Needs to pick it up, and they did. Right as I was saying that, they made a great run that time. Coming around still very close. They've only got a couple more times to go, and it looks like both countries are very tight. Chile takes the lead that time. Last time around, did Chile come back from behind? They did, and they get the win. And whoa, one of the Spanish marbles comes flying off the course. 34-09, beat them by 0.09 of a second. And the Spaniards take a little bit of a injury to insult there, as one of their marbles flies off the course at the end after finishing less than 1/10 of a second behind. So event 3 will be our finale. You see the 8 teams that are now remaining, as we've gone from 16 and dropped it in half. We'll see who fights for that crown and for that trophy in our next and final video for this tournament. But until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca.
Hello again, friends, and welcome back to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I am Rick O'Shea, welcoming you to this brand new tournament video here. As you see our course on your screen, rather short course. A lot of funnels involved in this two-team race. Head-to-head in this tournament, 16 teams, as always. You see some of their supporters in the stands for today's matchups. Very short race, though, as you see the team statistics on the left side for 2019, Russia, Brazil, England. Right now in the podium spots. And you look at the field for today's tournament. It's Indonesia, Italy, Turkey, and Brazil. And then the United States, Nigeria making an appearance, Russia, and the Ivory Coast, and that's Vietnam, Colombia, Cameroon, and Mexico. And the Netherlands, Ghana, Spain, and India. First matchup today will be Indonesia against Italy. As you have one more look at the courses, they're about to get started. A very quick start look like there for Indonesia. They make their way around the winding part of the course and now into the funnels immediately. It's a short course. Shouldn't take more than 30-40 seconds for these courses to get by. Closest to us on the screen is Italy, and they're into their final funnel. Indonesia needs to hurry up, otherwise they're going to end up in some trouble. Here comes Italy, and they will win it with a time of 21:05. As Indonesia will come across with a time of 26 seconds even. But they are eliminated, and it is Italy moving on. Now Spain against India, and off they go again. Almost dead even headed to the funnels. Quick one there for Spain. They're into the second funnel. India needs to hurry up. They're in some trouble. Spain has one more funnel to fall through. They will, and they will advance. A very quick time, 17:10, just ahead of 21:11 for India. A 4-second win, and Spain is moving on to the quarterfinals, and now it's Russia against, that is the Ivory Coast, who has very rarely made appearances in our tournament videos, but they are here today. Glad to have them. They take on Russia, and they come out a little bit slow heading into the funnels. Russia down to their second funnel, and with a commanding lead right now. Here comes the Ivory Coast. They're into their second funnel. Russia down to the final funnel now. Good size lead. Ivory Coast is not going to come up enough, as they are going to slowly make their way down. Got through that final funnel pretty quickly, but a time of 18:06 is too good for Russia, as they're going to move on and defeat the Ivory Coast. Back to the other side of the bracket, it's Vietnam and Colombia. Vietnam is on the left side, Colombia on the right. Very similar looking marbles in terms of their color schemes, but what you need to know is that it's Colombia on the left, Vietnam on the right. And right now Vietnam with a short lead, and that's now Colombia who takes the lead. One more funnel to go. Slowly moving is Vietnam. They're in some trouble here, down to the bottom, and taking the win is Colombia. With a time of 20:21, Vietnam will finish at 25:19. Colombia moves on to the quarterfinals. And now it's Turkey against Brazil. And their cheering sections are situated right next to each other. Makes for a fun atmosphere in the stands. And Brazil comes out just ahead. Through funnel number 1, the lead belongs, maybe to nobody. That was almost dead even. Let's see if they can equal again. This time Brazil comes out a little bit ahead, and they get very quickly through the final funnel to take the win. 17 seconds flat for Brazil, and still a respectable time of 21:13, but not enough for Turkey, as Brazil is moving on. Here is Ghana against the Netherlands, and their cheering sections are next to each other for this first round matchup. Into the funnels they go, and out of the first funnel with the lead is Ghana. Into their second funnel. The Netherlands still struggling in the first funnel, giving a large advantage right now to Ghana, who's down into their final funnel. Good move to make a comeback for the Netherlands, but once again, the team on the left side is going to take the win. Ghana with a time of 22:24. Surprising to see as the United States and Nigeria will get ready. There's Nigeria, and there's the U.S. One distinction apart. Very dark colors in this matchup. The United States has struggled a bit in their last couple of matchups. They get very quickly through the first funnel. Building a lead over Nigeria, who's into their second funnel. Now Nigeria is going to take the lead just ahead of the United States. They're very close, headed to the final funnel. Who's going to get through first? The answer is Nigeria, and they're going to come to the finish and once again take out the United States early. 21-24, the winning time for Nigeria, as the U.S. continues to struggle in these tournaments recently. This is Cameroon against Mexico. Mexico on the left, Cameroon on the right. More classic green for Mexico, and that is a more mint shade of green for Cameroon. They're both in the second funnel. They're both very close to getting out. Now Cameroon takes the lead. They're into their final funnel. Let's see if Mexico can come back on them. Everybody's circling around. They're dead even, and the win is going to go by 0.02 of a second to Cameroon. Very close, as they came out of the final funnels almost at identical times, and Cameroon had enough speed to take out Mexico and grab that final spot in the quarterfinals. And now we're into our first matchup of the second round. It's Italy against Brazil, and Italy is through their first funnel first. Took out Indonesia in the first round, trying to do the same against a popular team in Brazil. Down to their final funnel, circling it around. They're going to win this one easily. Another easy win for Italy. They have dominated so far in the first two rounds. They win this one by just over 4 seconds, and they're on to the semifinals. Good showing so far by Italy. And now Spain against Ghana. And it is a little bit of a lead for Spain. However, that portion of the track really doesn't seem to be that important. It's all about the funnels. Right now, the lead belongs to Spain. They got to that funnel first. But look at Ghana on the left side circling. So is Spain. Spain gets out first. Now they're both down to the last one. Ghana circling all around. They're going to get the lead and the win. Passing them at the last moment, and Ghana with a time of 22-23. Good enough for just under a 4-second win over Spain. So a come from behind win there for Ghana. They're into the semifinals. And now it is Russia against Nigeria. Nigeria took out the United States. Russia defeating the Ivory Coast. And they make their ways now. Nigeria hold a significant lead there, but now they're going to be passed up by Russia in the first funnel. Both down to the second. Who will get to the third? It's going to be Russia in the lead. Nigeria circling around, but here comes Russia to the final funnel. They're very close, but it's going to be a win by 0.04 of a second, belonging to Russia with a time of 19:10 to 19:14. Russia grabs the third semifinal spot. Now it's Cameroon against Colombia for the final spot in our group of 4. And with the lead was Colombia getting into the funnels. But Cameroon's going to grab the lead. They're all the way down to the final funnel. Very quick second funnel. Now they're both in the final funnel. Who gets through first? Cameroon takes the final spot in the semis with a time of a lucky 17-17, ahead of 22 even for Colombia. So give the win to Cameroon. And now our semifinal matchups. Italy against Russia will begin it, with a spot in the championship for the winner, a spot in the third place consolation game. Look at that great camera angle as we begin this matchup. Looked pretty even there. And high above this stadium view. Italy into the second funnel. They've got the lead. Now let's see what Russia can do. Italy circling around, trying to get to the final funnel. Look at Russia on the right side. They're almost dead even. Russia takes a big lead and takes the win. 20 seconds. 20.09, just ahead of 25.05 for Italy, as Russia is into the championship matchup, and Italy will play for third place. They will get the loser of Ghana and Cameroon. And again, we get that great look. And off they go, coming right at you. Ghana is on the left side, and they're slow getting out of the gates, but they're going to get through the funnel first. The funnel work is so important for these teams. Ghana circling it. They will take the lead to the final funnel, circling all around. They're going to get the win. Ghana is into the semifinals. And Cameroon will have to take on Italy for third place. I'm sorry, I said Ghana was in the semifinals. What I meant to say is that they're in the championship round now. But first we will get that matchup between Italy and Cameroon. And that is for a spot on the podium. So here we go for third place. And a chance to stand on the podium with our champion and runner-up. This is Italy and Cameroon. Italy on the left, Cameroon on the right. And off they go, making their way towards the funnels. Looks like Cameroon may have been there just a second earlier. Italy, though, is into the second funnel first. We'll see who makes their way into the final funnel. It's going to be Italy just slightly ahead of Cameroon. Italy circling all around. Cameroon having a hard time getting out of number 2. On to the third, and there goes Italy for third place and the win in this matchup. So congratulations to Italy as they will get a place on the podium, but now all eyes are turning towards the little country that could in Ghana against the powerhouse that is Russia. This matchup, a little bit different. We're going to have all 3 team members get through. Look at them quickly making their way through. Right now, Ghana has 1 down. Ghana only has 1 in the second funnel. They are in the lead right now. Down toward the final funnel are the final 2 for Ghana. 1 is through. There are 2 of the Russians. It's going to come down to the last one. Ghana gets the win. 23:05. 2 seconds even ahead of Russia. And that difference maker, putting 3 marbles in the final, really made that more interesting and a bit more chaotic at the end. So third place goes to Italy. Second place to Russia. Ghana gets the championship win, as they were able to push their first marble through first and then finish up with the last 2 just ahead of Russia as they get that win by 2 seconds even. That's enough to do it, and that will do it for us. And until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Hello and welcome to a brand new tournament. You see a very large course on our screen and a very interesting secondary part to this competition for what we are calling our Marble Soccer Points Tournament. We welcome you in. I'm Ricochet here for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. As you see on your screen, there's a couple of different options for point scoring in this competition. It's not just about getting through the course, but it's also about determining which side of the course you're going to come out from. As you see the team statistics for 2019 on the screen, Mexico's moved into 4th place with a win in our last competition. Russia, Brazil, England still leading the way in medal spots right now. Two teams going to go in a one-off competition, one and done. Most points is going to win it and move on. As is with many of our competitions, that is the case today as you see the large supporting sections. So one and done, but it's not just about scoring in this competition. As you look at the cup we're competing for today in another marble soccer event. And we'll show you the teams. The Philippines, Russia, Brazil, and Germany. United States, Vietnam, India, and Argentina. On the left side of the bracket, on the right side, it's Belgium, Indonesia, Mexico, and Chile. And then Malaysia, Portugal, France, and Colombia. The way that this competition is going to work, it's one team against another, and this first competition will be the Philippines against Russia. You've got to get through the competition, or through the course, and then decide which one you're going to go through, either the 2 or the 5. Then you have to make it into the goal as the teams are off, and then you'll receive that amount of points for which spot you went through, whether it's 2 or 5. As we see a couple go through the 2, only one went in though. It's the Philippines, and they're going to win it. They're going to win this competition 2-0, and be the first team to make it into the quarterfinals. You see on the replay, 1, 2, 3 different marbles made it through the 2. Nobody made it through 5, but only one made it to the back of the net, and that's what matters. Not just where you're going, whether it's going through the 2 spot that'll get you 2 points, or the 5 that will earn you a significantly higher amount of points, but you also have to then make it into the goal. That's the case for the Philippines, and they're moving on as our next competition matchup is going to be France against Colombia. And you're battling with the other team to see which side you come through. A lot of people going through the 5, and the only one to make it into the goal is Colombia. And they're going to win this one 5-0. If you go towards the side, as you see, one of the Colombian marbles didn't even make it down the course. But they still get the win. If you go down the closer on the screen, the closer option, the lower funnel and lower part of the course there, you're going to have a better opportunity to score 5. If you're up towards the higher part, it's going to be a higher opportunity to score just 2 points. But you have to make it through the goal, which we've seen 2 of the 4 teams so far haven't even been able to do that. And so it doesn't matter which side you go through if you don't put it in the back of the net. This is Argentina against India now. And India is going to send a bunch through the 2. A lot of oh my goodness, a lot of goals all over the place. Argentina scores 2, India scores 3. They're all in the 2. And the final score, with that last one right there for India coming in late, is India 6, Argentina 4. India moves on in a action-packed competition there. Now we get Belgium against Indonesia, who impressed in their last competition. Made it all the way to the championship. Settled for silver. There they go. Belgium gets out first. And the only one to score is going to be Indonesia, and they're going to score twice. 1 through the 2 and 1 through the 5. And Indonesia gets the win 7-0. Another easy win for Indonesia. There was the 2, and then all alone. And an easy one, just had to make their way through the little hole there. And Indonesia gets a 7-0 win. Next up is Germany against Brazil. Germany in the black. Brazil with a minty green in today's competition. Who gets down first? It's going to be mostly Germany, and they'll put a few in the back of the net, as does Brazil. Brazil's going to get the win, though. 4-2 the final. And one of their marbles, once again, a couple of times now that the winning team has had one of their marbles get stuck and unable to complete the course. couple went through, but right off the post, and that's what costs Germany off the right post and does not go through. And so Brazil is moving on. And now it's Malaysia against Portugal. Interesting twist in the competition that it really does matter which side of the half pipe you come out on. Malaysia with the sleek gray look. Everybody's going to make it through this time, and they're headed towards every which way. They all end up in the twos. 3 of them go in for Malaysia. Only 1 scores for Portugal, and Malaysia gets the win 6-2. Look at that. They changed from where you would think they would go in the 5. They moved up the course through the 2 and had success there, enough to get the win. Malaysia's moving on to take on Colombia in the second round. And now the matchup is I would say, highly anticipated one. Vietnam against the United States. The USA always has success, and Vietnam has done well in their last couple of competitions. They're going to get to the half pipe first. Which way are they going to go? They're going to go through the 5. Now they're going to get to the 2. Another 2. Here comes the US. They're only going to put 1 in. No, they put in 2. And the United States gets the win 5-4. 2 scores for Vietnam. The U.S. only got 1, but it's a 5. And it got some help from Vietnam. An assist there that allows the U.S. to take out their opponent and move on to the second round. They'll take on India in the quarterfinals, and that's going to be a devastating loss for Vietnam there, as it looked like they were going to get that win, and they ultimately helped the U.S. along. Moving on now to Chile against Mexico. Mexico won our last competition, and they are going to get to the half pipe first. Every which way they go. Mexico's got 1, Mexico's got 2, and they've got a 7-0 win. Nothing went through for Chile. There was the 5 for Mexico, and then clearing the way, another 2 points go, and Mexico has the second shutout win of a 7-0 score. Brazil against the Philippines as we begin round number 2. Spots in the semifinals starting to be on the line here. Brazil and the Philippines. It's all Brazil. 1 at the end. There's 2 at the end now. The Philippines made a run for it, but it's 7-4 in the final. Brazil put in a 5 and a 2, and the Philippines way later put in a couple more. Wow, almost another 5 went in. And then there's the first and the second of the 2 twos that were put in for the Philippines, but it's too little too late, as Brazil earned a big enough lead that they will advance to the semifinals with a 7-4 win. Now we get Colombia against Malaysia. Up at the starting grid, and here we go. One of the Colombian marbles again struggling. Let's see if everybody can get it onto the course. The answer is yes, and a couple of 2s for Colombia. 1 for Malaysia, another 2 for Colombia, and at the last moment, Malaysia had 1 more chance, but they cannot put it in. And so Colombia moves on with a 4-2 final. There was 1 for each, and then there, with on a ricochet there, Colombia able to put the extra one in, and then blocking the way, no chance for Malaysia when they decided they were going to go for a 2. No opportunity really there, as Colombia had the way blocked, and they move on to the semifinals. Now India against the United States. Winner takes on Brazil in the semifinals. Making their way down pretty easily here. Everybody's going to get their chance. And the U.S. puts in 2. There's a couple of 2s for India. And that's going to do it. India's going to win by a final of 4-2. And they block the way, where the United States was going to have a hard time scoring another. There they were, all 3 at the very beginning able to score. And there was the one that really cost the U.S. And they blocked it there after nearly, for the second time, the opponent helping out the United States. So India moving on to the semifinals. They take on Brazil. And now Mexico and Indonesia, which was the matchup for the championship in our last competition, which was just a regular marble soccer. If you haven't seen that, go ahead and check it out. Now they face off here with a spot in the semifinals on the line. Indonesia gets the first try. They're going to get through for 2. And that might be it. It will be it. Indonesia scores 2. Both these competitions, or both these teams, won 7-0 in their first round. This time only 2 points combined, and Indonesia's onto the semifinals for the second consecutive tournament. Back to the other side, though, of this bracket, and it's Brazil against India. Brazil building a large lead against the Philippines, and India taking out the United States to get to where they are. Slowly making their way down. One of the Brazilian marbles is stuck, and so is another Brazilian marble and an Indian marble. 3 of the 6 total marbles unable to score. Brazil wins it 2-0. We'll have to check the replay as their only marble to get through scored. The 2 Indian marbles hit it right in the middle. An easy score for Brazil, and they get the win in a wild one to move on to the championship. Something tells me that is not going to do against whoever comes out of this matchup between Colombia and Indonesia in the championship round. And their supporters are right next to each other. The top 2 rows Indonesia, the bottom 3 below that are the Colombians. And now they face each other. There is a couple for Indonesia. And that's it. Another 7-0 win. Indonesia has not allowed their opponent to score in their first 3 rounds of competition, and they're going into the championship with a shutout going. They've outscored their opponents 16-0 here, and nearly another 2 at the end there for Indonesia. And they've got 2 of the 3 times that we've seen a 7-0 score. But first, our 3rd place game before we get Brazil and Indonesia. We get India and Colombia for a spot on the podium. And everybody makes it through this time, and a lot of scores. All 3 scored for India, but it's not enough. Colombia put in a 5 to mix in with their 2, and they're going to win it 7-6. So the 3rd place goes to Colombia, and now the matchup between Brazil and Indonesia. Once again, a big powerhouse country against the smaller Indonesia, trying to avenge what they did last time in the 2nd place win. They have not allowed their opponent to score at all. That is going to change right there. Brazil puts in a couple. Indonesia put in 1. Indonesia put in a 5, and they win the tournament. Brazil put in 2, but they were both 2s. That only counts for 4, and right there, rolling across the line, Indonesia wins this one. They win the Marble Soccer Points Tournament. They get the gold. The bronze goes to Colombia. Brazil has to settle for silver. And gold today belongs to Indonesia. Congratulations to them as they avenge the 2nd place finish in their previous tournament. They take out the team they lost to in the championship then. In Mexico, they take them out in the quarterfinal matchup. They allow only 4 points total, and they outscore their opponents 21-4 throughout this tournament to get the win. Congratulations to Indonesia. They dominate this tournament and get the gold. Until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca.
Marble Fubeca's Asian Tournament rolls on as we begin event number 2 of the Asian Tournament. I'm Ricochet here for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Today we have our billiards contest, which will be a very exciting, another collision sport, which Marble Fubeca has become known for. You see the billiards table right there. And here for event number 2, the goal is to have the most marbles remaining on the billiards table, kind of the opposite of the traditional game, in which the goal is to knock the balls into the pocket. The goal instead is knock your opponents into the pocket and to stay on the table. You'll have 3 marbles from each side, as you see the team statistics so far this year. 3 marbles from each side representing their countries, and they will do battle on the billiards table. And whichever country comes up with the most marbles still on the table at the end of that run will advance, as we will finish out the field of the 8 teams that will remain in the Asian tournament through the 2 events. We have our first event that determined half of the field for the quarterfinalists, and the other half will be determined right here. Here are the teams that have already survived and moved on to the quarterfinals. There are 4 of them. They are Georgia, China, India, and a bit of an upset in the top right quadrant, it's Brunei. And here are the countries that are competing today. Japan will take on Uzbekistan, and Bangladesh against the Korean Republic. And then in the top left quadrant, it is Pakistan against Myanmar, and Kyrgyzstan will take on Nepal. And so we'll have 4 more competitors advance to the second round of competition here for the Asian tournament. And we will go from there. Again, the top 4 are going to advance to our World Tournament, which will feature 5 different continents. First up is Uzbekistan against Japan. Japan will go from the right side, Uzbekistan from the left. They've got a little bit of green in them, and a win 2-1. Japan's going to take this one, as they're able to get 2 of their marbles to stay on. There was 1 and 2 that both fell in. They almost had a clean sweep there, as one of the Japanese marbles actually fell into one of the pockets and stopped Uzbekistan from potentially having all 3 of their marbles unable to finish on the board. So Japan is through, and now Bangladesh against the Korean Republic. Korea on the left in mostly clear marbling, and it is a mint green for Bangladesh. Wow, nice run here, and Korea is going to have all 3 of their marbles stay on. Only 1 fell through the entire round. It's Bangladesh, and they are eliminated. Look at the replay here. Wow, look at that one. In and out for Korea. And there was the one that fell in on the bottom left, or bottom right, rather, for Bangladesh, as they are eliminated. Very impressive run, and a good job of avoiding some trouble there for the Korean Republic as they move on. Pakistan against Myanmar now. Pakistan will go from the right with mostly green, some yellow, and like a little bit of red there for Myanmar. They are down first. Oh, that's not good at all. Myanmar had all 3 shoot straight through, and Pakistan is going to have a clean sweep. 3-0. Look at this. 1, 2, and one of Myanmar's marbles didn't even make it onto the board. It fell out off of the billiard table. That was a dominant performance there by Pakistan, helped out by the fact that it took them so long to get down the course. And so Myanmar with an unfortunate end to their tournament. And now it will be Nepal on the left in the black and red, and Kyrgyzstan in the red and yellow. They come down similar times, and Kyrgyzstan is in trouble. They're going to drop 1 and lose this matchup. Nepal, again, another country able to remain with all of their marbles on the billiard table. And right there it is, the one that falls for Kyrgyzstan and eliminates them from competition. So we've got our 8 competitors now, as Nepal joins Pakistan, the Korean Republic, and Japan on the left side of the bracket as they move on to the second round, eliminating their competitors. We've got a lot of big names, not too many small names here surviving the first round from this Asian tournament. Japan will take on Korea, Pakistan against Nepal in the second round. On the other side, it would be Georgia against China, and India against Brunei. So some small countries like Brunei, Nepal, Pakistan don't typically be featured from Marble Fubeca, but then we've got some big countries as well. And we will have event number 3 coming up. That will determine our 4 competitors from the Asian tournament in the World Tournament, and will also crown our champion for the Asian tournament. So until next time, I'm Ricochet, and you've been watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Hello friends, and welcome to a brand new tournament here on MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. This is our Asian tournament, which is the beginning of a larger tournament which will involve 4 continents, which will all come together in the finale. Advancing in the tournament here today will be 8 of our teams. I'm Brooke O'Shea. Glad to have you with us for event number 1 of the Asian Tournament. We have 16 teams as always in these tournaments. We will narrow that down in half to 8. As you see the team statistics for 2019, a lot of the countries that are here today will not be featured on that stat sheet on the left side of the screen, as we have a lot of our less well-known countries and some of the countries that have not made very many appearances here on Marble Fubeca. We're glad to have them here. There's one of them, Kazakhstan. Afghanistan is here. Of course, you've got some of the more well-known countries, the Korean Republic and India, China are all here. And we'll get a look now closer at our competitors today. Japan and Uzbekistan will face off, as will Bangladesh and the Korean Republic in the bottom left corner of the tournament. Then we have Pakistan and Myanmar, and then Kyrgyzstan and Nepal. Israel will take on Georgia, and then China against Bhutan. India and Kazakhstan, and Brunei against Afghanistan. So some of the smaller countries will have their opportunity to make it big here. We'll start with Georgia against Israel. And our tournament today is similar to the Plinko style video that we did a little while ago, as these marbles will race down the funnels and attempt to score the most amount of points possible. Israel with the blue, and Georgia has the dark red. There's a 6 for Israel, as they're the first down. Georgia follows with a 6. A couple of 2s for both sides. There's a 6 for Georgia, a 6 for Israel, a 5 for Georgia. And after one turn, 16-15. Georgia in the lead. And that difference was the 1 for Israel that had fallen in a 2. Then we would have had a tie, but instead, Georgia will move on. So they are through, and now China against Bhutan. Very little room for error here. China in the red, Bhutan is in the yellow. Bhutan down first. They've got both of their 3 marbles went down first for Bhutan before China had 1 drop. First down and through, though, is going to be China. They score 6. Bhutan has 1. There's a 1 for China. They lead at 7-1. Bhutan going to have to do something. There's a 3. They're within 3 now. This could be dangerous. China scores 8. They're up by 11. Bhutan in some serious trouble. They're not going to get it done. 15-7, and you can add 6 more. A trouncing by a final of 21-7, and the 8 for China put them out of reach as the Chinese advance. Bhutan will have a short-lived appearance here in this Asian tournament. They are done after 1 competition. And it will be China against Georgia in the quarterfinal of the Asian tournament. The top 4 qualifiers, so those who would make the semifinals of the Asian tournament itself, will advance to take on the top 4 of the other 3 continents. North America, South America, and Europe will have tournaments as well. Kazakhstan will take on India now. Kazakhstan in the blue, India in the white. And we'll see who comes out first. India has a couple on this lowest funnel. That could be big. 5 for Kazakhstan. They go down first. 5, and now a 3 for Kazakhstan, a 5 for India, another 5 for India. They've got the lead. Kazakhstan retakes the lead at 13-10. 2 for Kazakhstan. India's got the lead, and they've got the final marble. They're going to get the win, and that'll be by a final of 22-15. Couple of 6s there for India. That ends up doing it, as they will move on and take out Kazakhstan. And now Afghanistan against Brunei. Or Brunei, depending on how you want to pronounce it, but here on Marble Fubeca, we're going to pronounce it Brunei. They're in the yellow, and Afghanistan in the black. Afghanistan has their first 2 marbles down first, but Brunei comes back, and they have the first down to the final funnel. First to finish really doesn't matter, but you can set a tone if you're the first one to finish. And the first to finish will be Afghanistan. They score 5. That's a 7 for Brunei. Another 5 for Afghanistan. Now a 2. A 5 for Brunei. We're tied at 12. Afghanistan only has one more marble. Now they're down by 6. This is a big run. Brunei might pull off an upset, and they will by a final of 24-14. An impressive run. Best run of the day so far belongs to Brunei, as they take out Afghanistan, and did it rather convincingly by 10 points, nearly doubled them up. Brunei will take on India. So that half of the bracket is down to 4. And we will have to wait for the other half. So we've got 4 of our 8 teams that will advance to the quarterfinals. We hope you stay tuned for event number 2, our second part of the Asian tournament. But until then, I am Ricochet, and thanks for watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca.
Hello and welcome back to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I am Ricochet here for Marble UFC. As you see our octagon, the setting for today's matchup in what is a very daunting course. And the octagon that will present many challenges for these countries. Again, tournament style, as you see the MUFC octagon, which features 5 different spots there that are notated on the screen that will result in knockouts. And if you are going to be knocked out, that means that you will lose your opportunity as a marble representing these countries here, as you see some of those countries on the screen. One go for both of these teams that will face off against each other. And whoever has the most marbles standing at the end of that turn will advance and have an opportunity to move further and further into this tournament. As always, the goal of these tournaments is to win the trophy and earn the gold. A podium finish is obviously huge for these countries as well. As you see the team statistics for the MUFC, and there's the countries being represented. The Netherlands, Turkey, Brazil, and Russia in one quadrant. Vietnam makes an appearance, along with Mexico, Canada, and India. And on the right side, it's Spain, Indonesia, the United States, and Peru. And the top right quadrant is France, Argentina, Portugal, and England. And there is the trophy to be awarded. Our first matchup will be the Netherlands against Turkey. Turkey being represented with the orange, almost red-looking marbles. Mostly white for the Netherlands. They make their way through the course, and then they will collide. A lot of collisions going back and forth, and it is a knockout for the Netherlands. They lose one of their marbles, and we'll have a look on the replay. That will eliminate the Netherlands. And so Turkey moves on. Look at this replay. A ton of collisions, and right here, everybody gets pretty close, and it ends up being the Netherlands that drops into that one knockout spot. So tight match, but Turkey wins it. And we'll go to the top right, and it'll be England versus Portugal. England with blue and white, Portugal in the green. And they make their way through, and no knockouts yet. Now a knockout for England. And they knock out a couple. 2 drop for the English, and they will be eliminated by Portugal. That one lasted a pretty long time there. On the right side, you see knockout number 1, and right behind it, knockout number 2. So England held on for as long as they could, but they are eliminated in the first round. Portugal moves on. And we now get Canada against India. These are similar looking marbles. The more white-based marbles belong to India, and the clear marbles belonging to Canada. Into the octagon they go. There's a knockout. Let's see if we get another. We don't, but it didn't matter because those were both Canadian marbles anyway. And so India is going to advance. And what we've seen, that bottom right knockout spot has been popular so far. Just missed it. Did one of the Indian marbles on the middle in the bottom screen. And they move on to play for the quarterfinal. And now it is Indonesia against Spain. This is the bottom right side. Indonesia in the plain white. Yellow and red. For Spain, into the octagon they go. And Spain has a knockout, as does Indonesia. And a second one drops for Indonesia. They had the lead for a moment, but dropped one in the middle. And again, that bottom right knockout spot costs them. And Indonesia will go down. As you look at the replay, right there is one for Spain, and then in a matter of just moments, things went from looking good to very downhill for Indonesia as they dropped one in the middle and in the bottom right to lose this match. So Spain will move on. As you see their supporting section. And they are into the quarterfinal, and now we get Brazil against Russia. Each quadrant has one representative in the quarterfinals. Russia and Brazil, the winner will move on to the quarterfinals. Russia in the dark red, Brazil with yellow and blue, and they are through, making their way down. You want to avoid being knocked out. There's 2 knockouts, and that's all we're going to get. They're going to be both knocked out for Russia. Brazil holds on with all of their marbles. Russia loses 2. They are eliminated. And looking at the replay, pretty dominant win. There is 1. Nice assist by Brazil. Knocked 1 in. And so Brazil will move on to face Turkey in the quarterfinals. We head to France against Argentina. France with the brighter blue color, the light blue, silver and white of Argentina. In they go. Couple of knockouts and now a third, and that will cost France, as France and Argentina both had an early knockout. There's the 1 for Argentina, there's the first for France, and right there, bottom right, once again, costs one of the countries as France drops their second. They're eliminated, and Argentina will get to face Portugal in the quarterfinal. Now it is Vietnam against Mexico. And there are the Vietnamese and the Mexicans. Vietnam making an appearance on this channel for the first time in a while. And they are in some trouble. Oh, no, they're going to come through. It looked like the 1 marble for Vietnam on the bottom right was going to drop, but instead it's Mexico on the bottom left. Look at the replay. There's 1 for both. And then on the right side, it looked like Vietnam was going to drop a second. Meanwhile, the second Mexican marble fell on in, and Vietnam advances to take on India. And the final matchup of the first round is Peru against the United States. The USA in the silver, metallic-looking marbles, and mostly white for Peru. Let's see who makes it through and clinches the last spot in the quarterfinal. It will be the United States, as they keep all 4, and an assist, as you'll look at the replay, will show that the U.S. right here made sure that there was no chance for them to lose. Even if that 1 stray marble for the U.S. went in, an assist by the United States advances them into the quarterfinals. So second round matchups now. It's Turkey on the left side and Brazil on the right. Turkey won the first matchup of this UFC fighting, and they will go home. Wow, that was tight. But ultimately, right here, 1 was going to have to go in. It was just a matter of which one. And fighting tooth and nail, Brazil just pushes Turkey into the knockout spot, and they knock them out of this tournament. And moving on into the semifinals, it'll be Portugal against Argentina now. That was a huge move by Brazil to get into the semis. And we'll see who makes the big move here. Portugal and Argentina in the MUFC. There is 1 for Argentina, 2 for Argentina, and all stay standing for Portugal. Very fast pace. And again at the end, it looked like Portugal might drop 1, but that still would not have been enough. So Portugal is into the semifinals. They will face either Spain or the United States, but first it's India against Vietnam. Vietnam just survived in their first round matchup. As you saw the Indian supporters. And away they go. Spot in the semis on the line. Faces Brazil. 1 goes in for Vietnam, and that will be the only one to go. And India is into the semifinals. Right there, India had 1 hit off that middle, and then they were headed for the bottom right, but it was Vietnam that fell first, and so India survives and advances to the semis. And now the last semifinal participant will be determined between the United States and Spain. The U.S. bullied their way into the second round. Now taking on Spain. Match coming. Into the octagon they go. The U.S. has 1 fall. Spain has 2 fall. And that's it. The United States is into the semifinals. Again, the team to fall first have their first knockout. Once again, ends up being the one to win. Oh, so close. It looked like it was going to stay in the octagon, but Spain has their second fall into the knockout, and we are going to the semifinals with the United States as the final participant. But first, back to the left side of the bracket, and it is Brazil against India. Brazil just took out Turkey. India disposing of Vietnam. Very close. India has one. Brazil has one. India has their second fall, and they are eliminated. On the left side, very quietly, Brazil had their first fall in. Almost two more falling in. That was pretty tight there. At almost a third fell for India, but eventually, very slowly making their way into the knockout hole. And so Brazil is in the final. India will play for third, and they will face either Portugal or the US. The loser goes to the third place match. The winner goes to the championship. We just saw the United States in a championship game where they lost to England. England eliminated in the first round of this matchup. Now they have Portugal in the semi. US has two in. Portugal is going to keep all of them on the board, and the United States is eliminated, and Portugal is going to the championship. Wow, look how close they are there to one of the knockout holes, although it wouldn't have mattered anyway, as the United States has two knockouts, and Portugal would have only had one even if that had gone in. So the U.S. is eliminated. They will play for third place. Portugal and Brazil will be in the championship matchup. But first we get that third place match between the United States and India. And they are off, playing for a spot on the podium. Into the octagon they go. The U.S. has one, India has one, they both have two, and the United States picks up their third, and all of the knockout spots are filled, and India gets third. That is the first time we've seen that. They both fell in at the same time, and there goes number 3 for the United States. Right before number 2 fell for India. So India takes third. They'll place on the podium. And now we come down to the championship matchup between Brazil and Portugal. 16 countries entered the octagon. Only one will survive and be turned into a champion and climb the podium for the first place prize. Here we go. Into the octagon they go. And 2 for Portugal. It's a clean sweep. Brazil holds on to all their marbles, and they win it to take home the MUFC title. Dominant performance in the championship. Nobody really got particularly close. And as we watch our champions and placers, first and second runner-ups, being crowned, third place goes to India, second place goes to Portugal, but the queen of the ball is Brazil as they take home the trophy. They place in first as they win MUFC with a dominant performance in the championship matchup. They took out some heavyweights, and in the end, they take out Portugal to win it. So for MSPN and Marble Fubeca, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching. A new champion will be crowned today as we welcome you back to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I'm Ricochet. Hello, friends. Another championship matchup here as you have a look at our gigantic course for a competition that we are referring to as the Halfpipes with Stitches. You see a long, winding course, a lot of halfpipes involved in this gigantic course. The way that this is going to work, each team, which will be representing their country, consisting of 5 players, will descend on the track with 7 different types of scoring opportunities. The winner between these countries, who will go head-to-head in a bracket-style tournament, is going to be determined by the country that scores more points overall. This is almost like Plinko from the game show The Price is Right, as you will score different points, as you see right there on the screen right now. 8 points, 5 points, 2 point, 1 point, 3, 6, or 9 points potentially. You will have 5 players that will head down or representing each country will head down that course and make their way onto the halfpipes, which we have seen before. And there are your competitors. They are Cameroon, Russia, Japan, Chile on one portion of the bracket, then Colombia, Spain, Brazil, and the Philippines. For another part of the bracket, on the other side, England, India, Argentina, the United States, Portugal, Canada, Mexico, and France will face off, and our first matchup is between Russia and Cameroon. One more look at the large structure. Quite impressive the structure is itself as we head up to the starting gates. And here we go, all heading into that big funnel. This is not a speed competition at all, so it really doesn't matter what order you go down. Cameroon still has one that is way up towards the top as they start to make their way down this large course. And the first score will be 3 points to Russia. 3 more goes to Russia. They put in a 2. Cameroon has not had someone score yet. Which marble will go down for them? 2 points for them. They'll add 5. Cameroon very close. They went the wrong way. They end up with 1. And now Russia and Cameroon close to coming down one more time. 3 down for both countries right now. And they both will add in 1 more point. Down to 1 marble each for Russia and Cameroon. Russia a little bit closer to finishing off their scoring. They might end up with 2. They might end up with 1. We'll see. Cameroon still pretty far up the course there, as 1 more for Russia. They're done. Cameroon is going to have the highest scoring marble. They picked up 5. They are almost at a standstill as they'll come down 1 more halfpipe. 2 more to go before they will head down the final portion of the track to determine their score. Again, coming nearly to a stop. Taking their time making it down this course. And they will land with 3. Cameroon takes it by a final of 12-10 over Russia. That 5-pointer turns out to be very big, so Cameroon moves on to what is the quarterfinals, and our next matchup will be France against Mexico. You get 1 opportunity, so every one of these marbles is going to count. See some of the exterior here on this course. France with the blue and white, and Mexico with the 2 shades of green. France has 3 of their marbles already into the halfpipes. Meanwhile, Mexico has the final 3 marbles to get out of the funnels. Again, speed doesn't matter, the scoring is what matters. And let's see, France has the first one go down. They'll pick up 1 and 3 respectively. And 1 and 3 again. They only have 1 left. Meanwhile, the first for Mexico will be 2 points. Mexico might end up with 5. They do. Big run there for Mexico. Now they pick up 6 on the other side. Mexico coming up with clutch scores right now. And they're going to get either 6 or 9 more. That's going to finish it off for France. They finish with a 3. And Mexico seems that they have a pretty dominant win here. 9 points all the way up at the top for Mexico. And they will head down this final halfpipe and seemingly cruise to a victory. Very impressive. Some high scores there from Mexico. Highest score we saw in our first matchup was from Cameroon. They scored 5. Mexico did that a couple times, and more than that. They beat France in a dominant showing, 27-11. They score 2 5s, a 6, a 9, and a 2. As Mexico will advance onto the quarterfinal, joining Cameroon. And now we get the Philippines against Brazil. That was an impressive run by Mexico. You see, there are their fans. There are the Brazilian fans. Each country has their cheering section, watching on from the bleachers above. Philippines with the blue and the mostly yellow, somewhat blue marbles. There's a little bit of blue in there, but mostly yellow for Brazil. And one of the Philippines marbles is stuck. They are still at the top, haven't even gotten into that first funnel. Meanwhile, 6 points goes to the Philippines on their first score. Brazil is going to pick up 9. Big run there. 3 more for Brazil. That's 1 point for the Philippines, who are still struggling to get one of their marbles down. 3 more, and 2 added for the Philippines. Meanwhile, the Philippines, I'm not sure what's going to happen here, as they still have a marble that has not even gotten through that funnel. I'm not sure what happened, but one of the Philippines marbles got stuck before the first funnel, let alone the second, not to mention all the half pipes you got to get down. A lot of 3s for Brazil, but if you only have 4 marbles, there's a much better chance that the country that gets 5, and yeah, they're going to just disqualify that Philippines marble, and it is a 10-point victory for Brazil, 21-11, as the Philippines only get 4 of their 5 marbles down, and a easy win there for Brazil, as they are on to the quarterfinals. And that moves us to England against India. That is a very interesting situation that you saw there, as a less than stellar run. Let's see if all the marbles this time getting through that first funnel. That's good. England with mostly clear, and the green marbles representing the country of India. Everybody's going to get through the funnel, so that is a plus there. First marble down is going to be 3 for England. You can see these marbles are rather similar looking. Right now, they are tied at 5 apiece. And now a big 5 spot there. And England has the advantage. See, checking, making sure we've got no marbles stuck in the funnels. 2 more left to go for England. Only 1 left for India. Both hanging on. There we go, coming down to that final half pipe, and it's going to be 1 more point for England. Now both countries with 1 marble left to go. And they are in the same half pipe there. They head down different angles. India picks up 3. England picks up 1, and England with a very narrow 1-point victory, 12 points to 11. They will move on to the quarterfinals. That was a tight one. As England is through, India is eliminated, and now Chile and Japan. As they will head down the half pipes. Already pretty close. And we'll see what our first score is. It will be 5 points. I believe that is Chile. And it has the more blue, and I think the Japan is the one with more of the red involved there. Got a couple of 6s, a 3, a couple of 1s. There's a 2, a 5, and 8 all the way down there. I totally missed that one. Big score, 8. Some high scores here. We only have 1 marble left. High scoring. And we'll end with 5 more. How about that? Japan, dominant. Picked up a couple of 6s and 8, a couple of 5s. And they with an easy win over Chile. Now we get Canada against Portugal. Here in this first round matchup of the half pipes with stitches. All about scoring points. Who cares how long it takes you to get there? Marbles with the green are going to be representing Portugal. And the way that the marbles are designed, and the fact that they have a lot of clear in them, makes these marbles that are representing Canada look very almost pinkish, almost like a salmon color. And very quickly down, 3 already through. And they have their points determined for Portugal. That's a 5 and a couple of 2s. First score for Canada is a 3. That's going to be followed up by another 3. Just missed a 6. Another 2 is through for Portugal. And look at that. Canada has 2 of their marbles stuck, and they might get eliminated. This is unbelievable. Yeah, that's it. Canada has 2 of their marbles stick against each other, and they will lose this one. A devastating loss for Canada. Portugal picks up 14. 3 of them landed in the 2. They move on. They will face Mexico in the quarterfinal, and now we get Spain against Colombia. That is heartbreaking for the Canadians. Only lost by 5, and you had 2 marbles that didn't score points. Good chance, I think, that they may have been able to pick up, I would say, at least those 5 points to tie out of those 2 marbles. That is really, really hard to swallow if you're Canada, as we get Spain against Colombia. A 1, a couple of 2s. For the most part, we've seen a lot of the middle 2, which is the 1 and the 2 in the yellow. Some 3s. I think we've seen 1-9, 1-8. And look at that, once again. It's happened again. 2 more marbles. And again, they're for the same country. Have gotten each other caught up and will eliminate each other. This is got to be just heartbreaking for not only the players, marbles representing their countries doing the best they can, as Colombia is going to defeat Spain. And once again, Spain, for the second straight time, it is a close match lost by a country that only had 3 of their marbles finish. Colombia is through, and now we get the United States against Argentina. Argentina with the blue marbles, and it's almost a metallic look for the United States. Everybody going to make it through that first funnel. Argentina finally making it through. Everybody's going to clear the second funnel as well. Head down to the half pipes. U.S. taking it very slowly. They still have the last 3 marbles to come out of the funnel. Everybody taking their time. First to go down will be the U.S. with 2. 1 point for Argentina. 2 more for the U.S. They score 1. Argentina picks up 2 and 1. It's a little bit of a lead right now for the U.S. Still 2 marbles for both to go. There's a 6 and another 6 for Argentina. Big run for the Argentines. And now the U.S. picks up 5, and it's going to come down to this final marble. Long way to go before the U.S. will have their final marble hit. And a lot of pressure got to be on. Can they make the right turn? 2 more half pipes to clear. Which way do they fall? The weight of a country on the shoulders of that marble right now. The U.S. needs a big run, otherwise Argentina is going to move on. Let's see where it goes. It heads down the 5, and Argentina holds on. What a run. 16-15, and the Argentines are into the quarterfinals. That is huge. We will get Japan versus Cameroon. Japan with mostly blue and those mint-colored marbles representing Cameroon. Spot in the semis on the line. Let's see in this second round, the quarterfinals, if these marbles are able to learn something from what we saw from some of the other countries who got their own marbles stuck. All 3 that did not have. There's a lot of scoring quickly coming through the 1 and the 2. There's a 3. All 3 of the countries that had less than all 5 of their marbles finished, none of them were able to advance. Spain and Canada had their 2 knocked out on their own, knocking out 2 of their marbles with each other, and that cost them dearly, as they both unable to advance. Low scoring round here. Nobody has scored more than 3. Both countries still have 1 marble going, and they are almost running identically side by side with each other. Let's see which one goes first. There is Japan. Japan's going to go down with a 2. Low scoring. Let's see if Cameroon can ice it. It goes down that yellow one. That's going to be a big score. Nope, heads down the red. That's 3. Cameroon is still able to hold on. And a low-scoring match goes to Cameroon. They are into the semifinals, beating Japan by a final of 12-9. And And we will go with Mexico against Portugal now, on the opposite side of the bracket. These are similar looking marbles. Mexico is on the left and Portugal on the right. Mexico has the black streak. These marbles are mostly green. The difference is either the black or what looks like almost a maroon color. First one down, I believe that is Portugal, and it's 6 points. Good run. Everybody doing a pretty good job right now. Everybody pretty consistent. There's a 1. There's 9 for Mexico. 3 for Mexico. 6 and another 6. Look at that. This one will head down all the way at the top. Is it 9 or is it 6? This could be a determining factor for Mexico. It will, as it slows nearly to a halt. Which way will it fall? It's going to go down the 9. Big run, and Mexico wins it 28-20 on a huge run. 2 9s and 3 6s. And Portugal, or rather Mexico I should say, is on to the semifinals. They join Cameroon, and they will be joined by either Colombia or Brazil. Brazil is on the left with the blue and the yellow, and then Colombia with the yellow and red streaks. Coincidentally, a lot of these countries that are facing off here in this second round happen to have very similar looking marbles, the way that it was able to shake out through that first round. A couple of points up there for Brazil. They are all over the middle of the board, and that's going to cost them. They might be in some trouble. They didn't score more than 3 on any of their marbles. 5 points on the first one to fall for Colombia. They're in a huge spot. As long as they don't get their marbles stuck. And a couple of them that are pretty close with each other. They're both going to fall. They are both going to fall down the 6 lane. Huge run. Colombia hasn't scored less than 5 on a marble. And that will continue. Another 6. Colombia just pouring it on. And the final one will be 2. It is a blowout. To advance to the semifinals, Colombia 25, Brazil 8. Dominant there. They will face Cameroon in the semis. And our final matchup, Argentina against England. Argentina with that very tight victory over the United States. Won it by a point. England is on the left with the mostly clear marbles and the light blue of Argentina. And everybody making their way through the funnels and down the half pipes. Biggest thing, you just want to make sure you don't get yourself stuck. Especially if you're in there with a teammate. First one down is England with 3. Followed up with 1 for Argentina, 3 for Argentina, 1 and 1 and 1 for England. That hurts. There's 3 more for Argentina. Both down to their final marble. This needs to be a big run for England. They had 3 of them land in the 1 spot. I'm sorry, there's still 2 more for Argentina. 1 all the way up at that second grouping of the half pipes. Long way to go. There's 3 more for Argentina. Let's see if England can get a big run. They do. They pick up 6. That was important for England. They had a rough go of it. 3 in a row with pretty quick succession. Falling down the lane that gives you only a single point. And now we will wait for Argentina. Long way to go still. 2 more sets of half pipes. Right now on line maybe to score 6, maybe 3. Depends. Either that or it could end up with 3 or 1, depending on which way Argentina falls out of that one. It's going to be either 3 or 1, and it will go down the 3, which is where 4 of the marbles landed, and Argentina again with a 1-point victory. Into the semifinals after beating the U.S. by a point and beating England by just 1 single point. We're into the semis. Cameroon on the left in the mint. Yellow with red stripes is Colombia. 1 spot in the championship round. And so far, with the exception of those 3 countries in the first round, all in the first round that had trouble getting all their marbles down, everybody else has done a good job. First one down will be 2 points for Cameroon. 1 point for Colombia. Early lead goes to Cameroon. Everybody working their way through down to the final half pipe. 2 more for Cameroon, 3 for Cameroon, 2 for Colombia. Everybody pretty tight. 3 more to go for Colombia. Now they're down to 2 as they score 3. Both countries have 2 marbles left. If you look down to that final spot, that is going to be 9 points for Cameroon. Big run. That may be a clincher. Everybody else is right towards the middle of this part. That's 1 point for Cameroon. They're done. 1 point for Colombia. They're in some trouble now. This is going to fall the right way for them, at least in terms of that last one. They pick up 3, but it is too little too late. Cameroon with that 1-9 wins it 17-10. They are into the championship. And they will face either Mexico or Argentina, who has won 2 one-point battles. Pretty easy to tell who's who. Green with black stripes is Mexico, and the light blue are the Argentines, also with a black stripe. Everybody headed down. Still have 4 marbles that are up in the funnels, and both countries score 1 on their first marble down. Mexico puts in 1 more point. Now it's 3 points for Argentina, 3 points for Mexico. Mexico puts in another 1. That's 1 for Argentina. 6 there. Big run, Mexico. Everybody was really tight, and I think Mexico got them this time. There's still 1 more to go, but it's going to have to be a pretty good run there for Argentina. Everybody in the 1s and the 3s except for the 1 marble for Mexico that scored 6. Is that enough? It really depends on what Argentina does here. Slowing very far down. They're all the way up at the second group of the half pipes. Slowly making their way down, making sure everybody soaks in the anticipation. Soaking in the emotions of how tight this could be. Mexico and Argentina coming right down to the wire. And down the middle it goes. It is 1 point, and Mexico is going to win it. 12-7, Argentina's magic runs out. Mexico is in the final, and they face Cameroon with a chance to take home that trophy. But first we have the 3rd place match between Colombia and Argentina. Argentina able to make it through consecutive 1-point wins before falling at the hands of Mexico. And there is the cheering section for the Argentines. We're on the right side out of the starting gates. And away they go. First one down into a half pipe is going to be Argentina, and the last one out of the first funnel will be one of the Colombia marbles. Making their way down, they race with each other. 6 points to Argentina, 3 points to Colombia. Early lead to the Argentines. 1 point for Colombia. And now it looks like a couple of marbles got stuck. Oh, and Argentina comes up and knocks one out. There's still 2 more that are stuck up at the top of the screen. They're in trouble. I don't think they're going to be able to dislodge themselves. That's 1 marble for both countries. They had another spot where 2 were stuck, and Argentina had one of their marbles come in and knock it straight out. 2 more left for Argentina, and it doesn't look like either of the marbles up at the top are going to be able to move on. So they are both going to be disqualified or unable to finish this, and it will make it a 12-11 final, and Argentina takes 3rd place, and you guessed it, they take it by just 1 point. So that brings us now to the championship match. Cameroon, with the first matchup we saw, they took out Russia, and they have plowed through the rest of the crowd. On the other side, it's Mexico, beating what may have seemed to be a country with the destiny on their side. 3 one-point wins for Argentina, but Mexico, it was not to be against them. The crowds watching on, representing their countries, all the countries that were represented here in this half-pipe championship. Mexico to the left, in green and black, and the mint of Cameroon, and we are underway. who takes home the trophy? That is the answer. All you want right now if you're these two countries is to make sure all 5 of your marbles make it through. First one is down. It's Mexico with 5 points. Second one is down. It's Mexico adding 1 more. Third is going to fall, and it looks like it's Mexico. They add 1 more point. 5 points for Cameroon. They answered. They pick up 3. They pick up 3. They picked up another 3. 3 in a row fall down that third pipe. Scoring 9 points total there for Cameroon. They have the advantage. 5 points go through for Mexico. What an answer. It's down to the final 2 marbles. Mexico a little bit ahead of Cameroon. But again, it doesn't matter when you finish. It matters where you finish. Cameroon jumps ahead. Heads down the 1. And it's down to Mexico. They will finish at 1. And Cameroon, by a final of 15-13, beats Mexico in a tight final that saw some low scorers and some high scorers, and Cameroon will finish atop the podium. Argentina will take their place in third. Mexico as the runner-up. But all eyes are on Cameroon after an impressive run from the very first matchup we saw against Russia all the way through to a 2-point championship win over Mexico. And there are some of the marbles that actually did the running for their countries. And Cameroon will be taking home the trophy here for the Halfpipe with Stitches race. A very exciting race that, lucky for us, ended up with a just 2-point victory in the final race for a championship for Cameroon. And so that does it for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Congratulations to Cameroon, but until next time, I'm Rick O'Shea.
welcome back to MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. I'm Ricochet here for our final part of this three-part tournament. This is target shooting, which will be the quarterfinals and the semifinals, and then, of course, the final of our event tournament today. As you see, the team statistics for our countries here in 2019. We had the two separate videos that compiled the first round, and now we move on to target shooting for the quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finale of this tournament. So the supporters and the teams themselves have shifted gears, made their way to the grandstands of this target shooting arena, and they have the opportunity here to watch hopefully some high scores and some very interesting and entertaining marble competition for today's event. And so we are into the quarterfinals. In case you didn't get a chance to see, or you need a refresher on who's in, Italy and Argentina will face off. Uruguay and England are the other two teams on the left side of the bracket. Portugal against Russia, and Brazil will take on Chile. And our first matchup today will be Italy and Argentina. So Argentina will be on the left and Italy on the right. They're all going to go through the same way. Italy with the darker blue marbles. They make their way down first, and after the scoring, it is going to be a win for Italy as they get a couple in the middle and win this one by a score of 200-80. They scored 100 right there. There's a 50, and then everybody else made their way either in the 20s or the 10s. And so a pretty dominant win there for Italy. They move on to the semifinals with a 200-80 victory. 120-point margin of victory there, as Uruguay will take on England now. Pretty easy win. England in the white, Uruguay in the blue. It looks like most of England is going to be there first. Who gets the opportunity? It's all Uruguay. Easy win. They win this one 220-90, as they themselves scored 100 and a 50. They scored a 30 there. And mostly 20s and a 10 for England, so they had no chance as Uruguay got down the course first. And if you have the first shot at the target shooting course itself, you're going to have the better opportunity to win that matchup. Moving to the right side of the bracket, it's Portugal against Russia. So Argentina and Uruguay, or I'm sorry, Italy and Uruguay will face off. Now Portugal and Russia look rather even. Coming down, and this is going to be Russia, as they win this one by a score of 210-180, much closer. And they did give Portugal the 100 points for their marble that was kind of stuck in between the 100 and the 50. They gave them the 100, but it still wasn't quite enough, as they are eliminated, and Chile will now take on Brazil. Brazil trying to pick up their third championship of the year. They, of course, have been one of the powerhouses. And they will take on Chile. Chile has the first marble. And Chile, this one's going to be close. Chile gets the win, 130-100. 50 of those 100 points for Brazil came right there. Besides that, they scored a 20 and 3 10s, and Chile gets the win, the upset victory, as they take out Brazil. And they move on to the semifinal. Back to the left side of the bracket now, it's Uruguay against Italy. In the semifinal matchup of this long 3-video tournament, and Italy, they're closest to the shooting range. These marbles very similar in color. The darker blue is going to be Italy, though. And they are out first with the first 2 chances. And the scoring is going to go to Uruguay. Italy scored a 30, but everything else landed in the 10s. And so it's a pretty convincing, easy victory there for Uruguay, who won it right there with that 100. They didn't even need the other 70 that they got. They win it by 100 points and move on to the championship. Italy is relegated to a 3rd place match and a chance at the podium, but no guarantees. Russia will now take on Chile. Wow, look at that. That was so close, and Chile is going to get the win by being the only one to score one of their marbles on those inner circles. Everybody landed either in the 20s or in that 30. Very nice round, but 130 to 100, Chile takes out Russia now. 2 very impressive wins for the Chileans. And now it is Italy against Russia for 3rd place. And a spot on the podium. And here they go. Russia gets the advantage early. They will get the first shot at the range. And they make it count. And they are going to win this one. No, Italy with the 100. They're going to win it. 2 50s. But the advantage because of the 100 points goes to Italy, and they steal away a spot on the podium. 170 to 150. And Italy takes 3rd place. Impressive run there for them. And now Chile against Uruguay. Uruguay with a dominant win in their last matchup, beating Italy. Chile winning it by 30 points in a hotly contested match with Russia. Let's see who gets the advantage and who gets the victory here. And who will have to settle for silver. Uruguay comes out first. Everybody in the 20s for the most part. It's the 50 that's going to win it for Uruguay. 110 to 90. That is the final score as Uruguay picks up a 50. They did have 2 10s, and all of the marbles for Chile landing in that 20s area for the most part. So 3rd place is going to go to Italy. You can give them the bronze. Chile, with an impressive run, they were able to upset a couple of heavyweights, but ultimately it's Uruguay that comes out on top. They get the championship win as they beat out 15 other countries in this 3-video tournament. So congratulations to Uruguay as they get their win here in 2019. Chile comes in 2nd, Italy in 3rd, and so that'll do it for our tournament and for today's video. Congratulations again to all of those teams who even made it past that first round. Long, grueling tournament and a tough round and a tough tournament all in all for these teams to compete in. So that'll do it for us here today. But until next time, I'm Ricochet, and this has been MSBN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. The competitors have been dropped from 16 to 8 as we bring you the finale of the Asian tournament here on Marble Fubeca. I'm Rico Shea for MSPN's coverage as always. And we have our grand finale. This is the half pipes, which will result in points. In this finale, we're going to have 3 members from each team that will compete for points. As you can see, the course is layered with different point values for which spot in the course you end up in. You see the team statistics for 2019, but right now our competitors aren't worried about the overall statistics. They're trying to be one of, if not the 4 marbles that will advance to the World Tournament. They're trying to win this competition and take home Asian tournament bragging rights in that great trophy in the middle of our bracket. Japan will take on the Korean Republic, and Pakistan will take on Nepal. On the other side, Georgia and China, and India and Brunei. They haven't faced off in a while. Those were the competitors and the countries that advanced back in our first video. Now Japan against the Korean Republic. Japan with a dominant win in their first round matchup. And here we go. Japan on the left with the white and blue, mostly clear and blue for the Korean Republic. And look at that. Whoa, Korea all the way down near the 7 and 8. Japan is going to lose this matchup. They score 5, 2 in the 2, and 1 in the 1 marker. And it's a final of 10-5 for the Korean Republic. This is a teamwork-heavy competition where you're going to have to try to propel your teammates further and further down the course. That is exactly what Korea did, and they are moving on to the semifinals. Now on the other side, to the top right corner of the bracket, it is Brunei against India. That shows us a bit of what we're going to see. You see you can score as many as 9, but I think you're going to see a lot of 1s and 2s, maybe some 3s and 4s. India is got the white marble, mostly green for Brunei, and Brunei is in trouble. They're going to score 4. 1 over by the 5 and the 6 for India, 1 at the 1 and 2. India's got 2. They're going to win this one. We'll see if it's 8 or 7. It'll be 8. 8-4 the final. India gets the win. And again, a lot of scoring over near the 1s and 2s. That's where 5 of the 6 marbles landed. So if you can get one of your marbles further down the course, you've got a great chance to advance in this competition. That's what India did. They're moving on. And now Pakistan takes on Nepal. Remember, if you win this matchup, you are in the World Tournament. You don't have to win your competition. All you need to do is get into the semifinals. So Nepal against Pakistan, and a spot on a very big stage is on the line. Nepal is in the red. Pakistan is in the green. They make their way down. And oh, look at that! A 9 for Pakistan. Nepal is going to score 2. Pakistan puts up a huge number. They got 2 all the way down towards the end of the course. 18 points. And Nepal scores 2. I'm not sure where their other marble went. I guess it somehow landed off the course. Here we go. Let's find out. Yep, there it is. Did not make a clean transition from the first half pipe to the second. It's knocked off the course, adding perhaps some injury to insult there, as Pakistan with a dominant 18-2 victory. They claim the 3rd spot in the semifinals, and now China will battle Georgia for that final spot. That was the blueprint of exactly what you want to do, and then on the other end, exactly what you don't want to do if you're Nepal. Here's China. They're in the red. The dark maroon, maybe, would be Georgia. And we'll see. Georgia making headway. They've got a huge run. They've already got 9. They've got 1 in the 3s and the 4s, 1 in the 7 and 8. China has 2 of their 3 finished. They've got 4 points. There's 8. There is a 3 for China. And it's a huge 20-7 victory. A 9, an 8, and a 3 gets it done for Georgia. They pull off the huge upset against China. Big win there for Georgia on an upset over the Chinese. Great run, and that's all you have to do. Worry about yourself, don't worry about your competitors. Pakistan against Korea now. You see the Korean Republic was watching on right at the starting gates. Nice run by Pakistan. Korea's in some trouble. they're only going to score 2. Pakistan's got 4 already. They've got another one that'll head for the 5 or the 6. One of the Korean Republic marbles did not finish this competition. And that is an absolute backbreaker, as Pakistan will win this one by a final of 9-2. We'll have to maybe take a look at the replay. Yeah, there it is. Over near the 2 is where that other marble was. And, oh, so close. But the transition, yeah, not quite good enough. You have to have a very clean transition from half-pipe to half-pipe. Otherwise, you run the risk of not scoring any points at all. And that's what happened to the Korean Republic there. It's the same thing has happened twice in a row now for the competitors of Pakistan, helping Pakistan with 2 easy wins. Won that one by 7 points, won the other one by 16. Now Georgia against India. Georgia's got the highest point total at any point in this competition. That's not going to happen here. They're in a lot of trouble. India scores 1. Georgia right now has 3. India, though, has 1 over by the 7 and the 8. 3 and the 4. There's a 4 for Georgia. They've got a 7-1 lead right now. Now it's cut to 7-5, and India takes the win 13-7. Now, it just was not going to happen. Once you, if you see a competitor down by the 7, the 8, even the 5 and the 6, and you've got 2 of your marbles landing in either 1 or 2, you're in a lot of trouble. And that was the case there. Pakistan will take on India. But first, the 3rd place matchup between the Korean Republic and Georgia. Winner gets a spot on the podium. Here we go. Korea's in trouble immediately. Korea's got 4. Georgia has 4. But Korea is going to finish with 6. Georgia still has 2 in the air. One is going to get 3. The other will pick up 6. Georgia takes 3rd place and a spot on the podium. So a disappointing run there for the Korean Republic, who had a good start, but can't finish it off. Now it's Pakistan against India. Pakistan has had troubles for their opponents, lead to 2 easy wins thus far in this competition. Let's see what happens here. India has 1 going further, but they've got 2 that are going to have a hard time now. And that's going to do it. Pakistan, it doesn't matter what India does, they'll pick up 6, but Pakistan picks up the win, and they take the Asian Tournament Cup. An underdog story in Pakistan, not featured very often, but they come through with a huge win for their country. Georgia, give them credit, they get a podium finish. India gets 2nd, Pakistan gets 1st, and you can give some credit to the Korean Republic as well, because they will play on in the World Tournament. As you see there, Pakistan gets the victory. They take home the cup, and they earn the bragging rights as the winner of the Asian Tournament here for Marble Fubeca. So congratulations for them. A big win, a big upset, and hopefully some momentum being built for Pakistan. India gave it an effort, but that wasn't the case. As you see, there are the 4 teams that are now going to qualify for the 2019 World Tournament. Korean Republic, India, Georgia, and your champion from the Asian Tournament, Pakistan. So until next time, we will have another tournament coming up. But I'm Ricochet, and you've been watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. friends, and welcome to a brand new tournament here on MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. This is our Asian tournament, which is the beginning of a larger tournament which will involve 4 continents, which will all come together in the finale. Advancing in the tournament here today will be 8 of our teams. I'm Brooke O'Shea. Glad to have you with us for event number 1 of the Asian tournament. We have 16 teams as always in these tournaments. We will narrow that down in half to 8. As you see the team statistics for 2019, a lot of the countries that are here today will not be featured on that stat sheet on the left side of the screen, as we have a lot of our less well-known countries and some of the countries that have not made very many appearances here on Marble Fubeca. We're glad to have them here. There's one of them, Kazakhstan. Afghanistan is here. Of course, you've got some of the more well-known countries, the Korean Republic and India, China are all here. And we'll get a look now closer at our competitors today. Japan and Uzbekistan will face off, as will Bangladesh and the Korean Republic in the bottom left corner of the tournament. Then we have Pakistan and Myanmar, and then Kyrgyzstan and Nepal. Israel will take on Georgia, and then China against Bhutan. India and Kazakhstan, and Brunei against Afghanistan. So some of the smaller countries will have their opportunity to make it big here. We'll start with Georgia against Israel. And our tournament today is similar to the Plinko style video that we did a little while ago, as these marbles will race down the funnels and attempt to score the most amount of points possible. Israel with the blue, and Georgia has the dark red. There's a 6 for Israel, as they're the first down. Georgia follows with a 6. A couple of 2s for both sides. There's a 6 for Georgia, a 6 for Israel, a 5 for Georgia. And after one turn, 16-15. Georgia in the lead. And that difference was the 1 for Israel that had fallen in a 2. Then we would have had a tie, but instead, Georgia will move on. So they are through, and now China against Bhutan. Very little room for error here. China in the red, Bhutan is in the yellow. Bhutan down first. They've got both of their 3 marbles went down first for Bhutan before China had 1 drop. First down and through, though, is going to be China. They score 6. Bhutan has 1. There's a 1 for China. They lead at 7-1. Bhutan going to have to do something. There's a 3. They're within 3 now. This could be dangerous. China scores 8. They're up by 11. Bhutan in some serious trouble. They're not going to get it done. 15-7, and you can add 6 more. A trouncing by a final of 21-7, and the 8 for China put them out of reach as the Chinese advance. Bhutan will have a short-lived appearance here in this Asian tournament. They are done after 1 competition. And it will be China against Georgia in the quarterfinal of the Asian tournament. The top 4 qualifiers, so those who would make the semifinals of the Asian tournament itself, will advance to take on the top 4 of the other 3 continents. North America, South America, and Europe will have tournaments as well. Kazakhstan will take on India now. Kazakhstan in the blue, India in the white. And we'll see who comes out first. India has a couple on this lowest funnel. That could be big. 5 for Kazakhstan. They go down first. 5, and now a 3 for Kazakhstan, a 5 for India. Another 5 for India. They've got the lead. Kazakhstan retakes the lead at 13-10. 2 for Kazakhstan. India's got the lead, and they've got the final marble. They're going to get the win, and that'll be by a final of 22-15. Couple of 6s there for India. That ends up doing it, as they will move on and take out Kazakhstan. And now Afghanistan against Brunei. Or Brunei, depending on how you want to pronounce it, but here on Marble Fubeca, we're going to pronounce it Brunei. They're in the yellow, and Afghanistan in the black. Afghanistan has their first 2 marbles down first, but Brunei comes back, and they have the first down to the final funnel. First to finish really doesn't matter, but you can set a tone if you're the first one to finish, and the first to finish will be Afghanistan. They score 5. That's a 7 for Brunei, another 5 for Afghanistan, now a 2, a 5 for Brunei. We're tied at 12. Afghanistan only has 1 more marble. Now they're down by 6. This is a big run. Brunei might pull off an upset, and they will by a final of 24-14. An impressive run. Best run of the day so far belongs to Brunei, as they take out Afghanistan, and did it rather convincingly by 10 points, nearly doubled them up. Brunei will take on India. Marble Fubeca's Asian Tournament rolls on as we begin event number 2 of the Asian Tournament. I'm Rick O'Shea here for MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca. Today we have our billiards contest, which will be a very exciting, another collision sport, which Marble Fubeca has become known for. You see the billiards table right there. And here for event number 2, the goal is to have the most marbles remaining on the billiards table, kind of the opposite of the traditional game, in which the goal is to knock the balls into the pocket. The goal instead is to knock your opponents into the pocket and to stay on the table. You'll have 3 marbles from each side, as you see the team statistics so far this year. 3 marbles from each side representing their countries, and they will do battle on the billiards table, and whichever country comes up with the most marbles still on the table at the end of that run will advance, as we will finish out the field of the 8 teams that will remain in the Asian Tournament for the 2 events. We have our first event that determined half of the field for the quarterfinalists, and the other half will be determined right here. Here are the teams that have already survived and moved on to the quarterfinals. There are 4 of them. They are Georgia, China, India, and a bit of an upset in the top right quadrant, it's Brunei. And here are the countries that are competing today. Japan will take on Uzbekistan, and Bangladesh against the Korean Republic. And then in the top left quadrant, it is Pakistan against Myanmar, and Kyrgyzstan will take on Nepal. And so we'll have 4 more competitors advance to the second round of competition here for the Asian Tournament. And we will go from there. Again, the top 4 are going to advance to our World Tournament, which will feature 5 different continents. First up is Uzbekistan against Japan. Japan will go from the right side, Uzbekistan from the left. They've got a little bit of green in them, and they win 2-1. Japan's going to take this one, as they're able to get 2 of their marbles to stay on. There was 1 and 2 that both fell in. They almost had a clean sweep there, as one of the Japanese marbles actually fell into one of the pockets and stopped Uzbekistan from potentially having all 3 of their marbles unable to finish on the board. So Japan is through, and now Bangladesh against the Korean Republic. Korea on the left in mostly clear marbling, and it is a mint green for Bangladesh. Wow, nice run here, and Korea is going to have all 3 of their marbles stay on. Only 1 fell through the entire round. It's Bangladesh, and they are eliminated. Look at the replay here. Wow, look at that one. In and out for Korea. And there was the one that fell in on the bottom left, or bottom right, rather, for Bangladesh, as they are eliminated. Very impressive run, and a good job of avoiding some trouble there for the Korean Republic as they move on. Pakistan against Myanmar now. Pakistan will go from the right with mostly green, some yellow, and like a little bit of red there for Myanmar. They are down first. Oh, that's not good at all. Myanmar had all 3 shoot straight through, and Pakistan is going to have a clean sweep. 3-0. Look at this. 1, 2, and one of Myanmar's marbles didn't even make it onto the board. It fell out off of the billiard table. That was a dominant performance there by Pakistan, helped out by the fact that it took them so long to get down the course. And so Myanmar with an unfortunate end to their tournament. And now it will be Nepal on the left in the black and red, and Kyrgyzstan in the red and yellow. They come down similar times, and Kyrgyzstan is in trouble. They're going to drop 1 and lose this matchup. Nepal, again, another country able to remain with all of their marbles on the billiard table. And right there it is, the one that falls for Kyrgyzstan and eliminates them from competition. So we've got our 8 competitors now as Nepal. The competitors have been dropped from 16 to 8 as we bring you the finale of the Asian tournament here on Marble Fubeca. I'm Rico Shea for MSPN's coverage as always. And we have our grand finale. This is the half pipes, which will result in points. In this finale, we're going to have 3 members from each team that will compete for points. As you can see, the course is layered with different point values for which spot in the course you end up in. You see the team statistics for 2019, but right now our competitors aren't worried about the overall statistics. They're trying to be one of, if not the 4 marbles that will advance to the World Tournament. They're trying to win this competition and take home Asian tournament bragging rights and that great trophy in the middle of our bracket. Japan will take on the Korean Republic, and Pakistan will take on Nepal. On the other side, Georgia and China, and India and Brunei. They haven't faced off in a while. Those were the competitors and the countries that advanced back in our first video. Now Japan against the Korean Republic. Japan with a dominant win in their first round matchup. And here we go. Japan on the left with the white and blue, mostly clear and blue, the Korean Republic. And look at that. Whoa, Korea all the way down near the 7 and 8. Japan is going to lose this matchup. They score 5, 2 in the 2, and 1 in the 1 marker. And it's a final of 10-5 for the Korean Republic. This is a teamwork-heavy competition where you're going to have to try to propel your teammates further and further down the course. That is exactly what Korea did, and they are moving on to the semifinals. Now on the other side, to the top right corner of the bracket, it is Brunei against India. That shows us a bit of what we're going to see. You see you can score as many as 9, but I think you're going to see a lot of 1s and 2s, maybe some 3s and 4s. India is got the white marble, mostly green for Brunei, and Brunei is in trouble. They're going to score 4. 1 over by the 5 and the 6 for India, 1 at the 1 and 2. India's got 2. They're going to win this one. We'll see if it's 8 or 7. It'll be 8. 8-4 the final. India gets the win. And again, a lot of scoring over near the 1s and 2s. That's where 5 of the 6 marbles landed. So if you can get one of your marbles further down the course, you've got a great chance to advance in this competition. That's what India did. They're moving on. And now Pakistan takes on Nepal. Remember, if you win this matchup, you are in the World Tournament. You don't have to win your competition. All you need to do is get into the semifinals. So Nepal against Pakistan, and a spot on a very big stage is on the line. Nepal is in the red. Pakistan is in the green. And they make their way down. And oh, look at that! A 9 for Pakistan. Nepal is going to score 2. Pakistan puts up a huge number. They got 2 all the way down towards the end of the course. 18 points. And Nepal scores 2. I'm not sure where their other marble went. I guess it somehow landed off the course. Here we go. Let's find out. Yep, there it is. Did not make a clean transition from the first half pipe to the second. It's knocked off the course, adding perhaps some injury to insult there, as Pakistan with a dominant 18-2 victory. They claim the 3rd spot in the semifinals, and now China will battle Georgia for that final spot. That was the blueprint of exactly what you want to do, and then on the other end, exactly what you don't want to do if you're Nepal. Here's China. They're in the red. The dark maroon, maybe, would be Georgia. And we'll see. Georgia making headway. They've got a huge run. They've already got 9. They've got 1 in the 3s and the 4s, 1 in the 7 and 8. China has 2 of their 3 finished. They've got 4 points. There's 8. There is a 3 for China. And it's a huge 20-7 victory. A 9, an 8, and a 3 gets it done for Georgia. They pull off the huge upset against China. Big win there for Georgia on an upset over the Chinese. Great run, and that's all you have to do. Worry about yourself, don't worry about your competitors. Pakistan against Korea now. You see the Korean Republic was watching on right at the starting gates. Nice run by Pakistan. Korea's in some trouble. They're only going to score 2. Pakistan's got 4 already. They've got another one that'll head for the 5 or the 6. One of the Korean Republic marbles did not finish this competition. And that is an absolute backbreaker, as Pakistan will win this one by a final of 9-2. We'll have to maybe take a look at the replay. Yeah, there it is. Over near the 2 is where that other marble was. And, oh, so close. But the transition, yeah, not quite good enough. You have to have a very clean transition from half-pipe to half-pipe. Otherwise, you run the risk of not scoring any points at all. And that's what happened to the Korean Republic there. It's the same thing has happened twice in a row now for the competitors of Pakistan. Helping Pakistan with 2 easy wins. Won that one by 7 points, won the other one by 16. Now Georgia against India. Georgia's got the highest point total at any point in this competition. That's not going to happen here. They're in a lot of trouble. India scores 1. Georgia right now has 3. India, though, has 1 over by the 7 and the 8. 3 and the 4. There's a 4 for Georgia. They've got a 7-1 lead right now. Now it's cut to 7-5, and India takes the win 13-7. Now, it just was not going to happen. Once you, if you see a competitor down by the 7, the 8, even the 5 and the 6, and you've got 2 of your marbles landing in either 1 or 2, you're in a lot of trouble. And that was the case there. Pakistan will take on India. But first, the 3rd place matchup between the Korean Republic and Georgia. Winner gets a spot on the podium. Here we go. Korea's in trouble immediately. Korea's got 4. Georgia has 4. But Korea is going to finish with 6. Georgia still has 2 in the air. One is going to get 3. The other will pick up 6. Georgia takes 3rd place in a spot on the podium. So a disappointing run there for the Korean Republic, who had a good start, but can't finish it off. Now it's Pakistan against India. Pakistan has had troubles for their opponents, lead to 2 easy wins thus far in this competition. Let's see what happens here. India has 1 going further, but they've got 2 that are going to have a hard time now. And that's going to do it. Pakistan, it doesn't matter what India does, they'll pick up 6, but Pakistan picks up the win, and they take the Asian Tournament Cup. An underdog story in Pakistan, not featured very often, but they come through with a huge win for their country. Georgia, give them credit, they get a podium finish. India gets 2nd, Pakistan gets 1st, and you can give some credit to the Korean Republic as well, because they will play on in the World Tournament. As you see there, Pakistan gets the victory. They take home the cup, and they earn the bragging rights as the winner of the Asian Tournament here for Marble Fubeca. So congratulations for them. A big win, a big upset, and hopefully some momentum being built for Pakistan. India gave it an effort, but that wasn't the case. As you see, there are the 4 teams that are now going to qualify for the 2019 World Tournament. Korean Republic, India, Georgia, and your champion from the Asian Tournament, Pakistan. So until next time, we will have another tournament coming up. But I'm Ricochet, and you've been watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca.
Today, for Marble Fubeca, we have a unique twist on one of our more common races, as another time trial race between countries for our tournament, and there is a very different aspect. There it is right there on your screen. It is a literal conveyor belt, which will be incorporated in the middle of the time trials here today. For this 16-team field, there are the team statistics for 2019. And for MSPN, I'm Ricochet, welcoming you to today's tournament As you see the statistics, and now you'll see the teams that are going to compete. It's the Philippines, Russia, Australia with a rare appearance, and Germany in the bottom left quadrant of the bracket. And then the top left consists of Brazil, Vietnam. All eyes are going to be on Indonesia, and they'll take on Argentina, Colombia, the United States, Portugal, and Iceland. And then Mexico, Japan, the Netherlands, and Malaysia. First matchup is the Philippines against Russia. It's going to be very interesting to see this matchup here, just because it's the first one, and see how the conveyor belt moves. It's going to be a lot of banging back and forth as they are continuing to make contact with each other early. And right now, Russia jumps to the lead. There they are on the conveyor belt, making their way through. I don't think there's any chance that these marbles will fall. Oh, look at that big drop into a funnel. And through first, it's going to be a pass. The Philippines has the lead. They're down to the second funnel now. Let's see if Russia can make that same pass. The answer is no. Now we make their way towards the pegs that they have to make their way through. And now this large portion, and all the way to the finish, as the Philippines finish, and Russia's actually going to get stuck. So they are disqualified and will not finish, but they were far enough behind anyway, and with too little track to remain, that it wouldn't have mattered. As the Philippines move on, they win the first matchup. One thing to note there is that it does come to a sudden end, as it's the Netherlands against Malaysia now. Look at that very large view. I love that view of the course there. And lead right now belonging to Malaysia, and they're going to take that lead, making their way up the conveyor belt. Great look there. There they come into the funnel. And they are now going to be joined by the Netherlands. Malaysia in the gray, in the lead. And not for long as the Netherlands pass them up. Another pass happening in one of those funnels. That has been a very common happening recently. And I think that's because they've noticed that you're able to make those passes if you come in hard and make contact. Ooh, near stop for the Netherlands. They're slowly making their way through. Trying to get down towards the bottom, and they will finish ahead of Malaysia. And they will move on. And that's going to be the end of the day for the Malaysians. They finish 4 seconds behind and are eliminated. One thing to note here is that there's not as much time. We saw in our last video Indonesia, and here they are, trying to defend their crown yet again. I should note as they continue to win, and they've got the advantage right now, but now it's going to be passed up. Oh, that was so tight. They almost ended up in the same one. Very close with each other. Slight advantage for Argentina. Now here comes Indonesia. There's not as much time for them to make up a mistake, though, so it's really important to see who gets out first. And right now, through the first funnel at least, it's going to be Argentina. And now here comes Indonesia trying to make that pass. It looks like they've got the angle. Do they have the finish? No, they do not. Not quite. They are very close with each other. Who can get through first? Argentina making quick work. Here comes Indonesia. It's going to be too little, too late. Argentina wins, and they have eliminated Indonesia in the first round to end their reign of terror against the other countries. 3 consecutive podium finishes, 3 consecutive finals appearances, and consecutive back-to-back wins. 2 in a row have gone to Indonesia. That will change now. As here is Colombia against the United States, and the U.S. trying to bounce back from an early exit in our last video, which was the elevator video, which I've referred to in the past before as a conveyor belt. Definitely not as much of a conveyor belt as this. Oh, look at that pass! Are you kidding me? Colombia came in behind. They just bumped the U.S. right out of the way and said, I'll take that. They've got the lead. Now they're both in the funnel. Let's see if the U.S. can return the favor. The answer is no. Colombia's got that lead. Wow, a little bit of bully ball being played here by Colombia, just pushing the United States out of the way. And now the U.S. gets back in the lead, making their way down the pegs right around the corner. Great run there by the United States, and they are going to start to slow, and they're having a little trouble, and now here they come towards the end. Here comes Colombia. They push them out of the way again and get the win. Wow. Colombia just dominated the United States there and shoved them right out of the way and said, we will be moving on. Thank you very much. They get the win over the United States by just over a second. And now it is Brazil against Vietnam. That was a shocking run. Ooh, big contact there between these two marbles. Facing off, another contact made. Ooh, big run there. Slowing and falling back a little bit was Vietnam. It cost them a spot on the conveyor belt. They've still got the lead, though. Very interesting the way this conveyor belt works. You can kind of just push people out of the way. And if you line up wrong, you could potentially lose your spot and have to drop back a spot. Vietnam still got the lead over Brazil. A couple of favorites out early. The United States. Two-time defending champs, three-time defending final appearances for Indonesia, and they lost. Not going to be the case, though, here for Brazil. They'll move on. And so they are able to advance to the second round, and now they will face Argentina. It would have been a second consecutive appearance, or tournament at least, that we would have seen Brazil against Indonesia in the second round. That's not to be, though. They'll take on Argentina. And now back towards the top. Iceland's got a very beautiful white marble with some blue, yellow, red mixed in. Classic green and dark red for Portugal. A lot of banging back and forth there, and stealing that spot is Iceland. They have the lead. It's tight, though, here early on. Really interesting, the strategy involved here for this tournament. Different aspect here, as Portugal is going to take that lead right back. Pass them in the funnel. That's clearly, if you're not going to get the lead and have it consistently. Oh, look at the move there by Iceland. They pass them back. They've got the lead. They're heading down right through the middle of the course. They've got one more move to make now. They're starting to slow. They get stuck. They get stuck, and Portugal's going to win. Iceland blows it at the last moment. Oh, what a helpless feeling. They had it, and they had it easily, and at the last turn, they get stuck. That is heart-wrenching, heartbreaking for Iceland. Oh, my. Germany takes on Australia now. Germany's got a different look. They're black and white here today, and Australia's got blue and red, and they are clear as well, and they've got a lead right now. Oh my goodness, that's just heartbreaking for Iceland to lose in that fashion. Now here comes Germany trying to circle it. They will get through the first funnel. Making their way down. Here's Australia. They look good, and they're going to take the lead right back. You don't want to head down the middle. That's exactly what Australia did. Maybe opening the door for Germany if they can head down the side. Nope, they're going to follow suit. And meanwhile, Australia is going to win. 42:03 the time. Germany's starting to struggle, but they will at least cross the finish line. 7 seconds later, they're eliminated. And one more spot. It's Japan against Mexico. We've seen a couple of our either fan favorites or favorites in terms of their success rates go down. Japan and Mexico. Mexico's definitely one of them. They've had a lot of success, and they are right now following ahead of Japan, but Japan jumps ahead at the last second, and Mexico passes them up as they're waiting for a spot on the conveyor belt. We saw Colombia do that to the United States, and Mexico just did it to Japan, and now Japan trying to pass them back up. They do. That is the perfect way to combat that. Let's see if they can get out of the second funnel okay. They do. They've got the lead, headed to the final portion of this course. Getting through pretty quickly, making their way down towards the bottom. Last move to make. They've got it, and Japan is going to take out Mexico. Very fast time, 42:01. A respectable 48:18, but still well too slow against Japan. Mexico is eliminated. Japan's moving on. And our quarterfinal matchup is set. First one will be Brazil against Argentina. Argentina with the upset of Indonesia. And Brazil with their onlookers and supporters sitting right next to the Argentines. Contact made there. Ooh, Brazil really struggling right now. Getting stuck. And meanwhile, Argentina able to build a lead, but it goes right away. That was a big comeback early in this race for Brazil. For a moment, it looked like they might just get stuck all entirely. Instead, they're able to come back. Get right up next to Argentina here as they enter the first funnel. Ooh, this is tight. Argentina, though, holds on to the lead. That's big for them. And now here comes Brazil again, trying to make that pass. And they will. They've got the lead back. Argentina following them very closely. It'll come down to the end. Argentina with a little stumble. And it is enough for a very close win for Brazil. Wow, only a 1/10 of a second. But Brazil is moving on. Now it's Portugal against Colombia. Colombia there, the yellow, red, and blue. Big contact, and the lead right now to Colombia, trying to make quick work here. Oh, look at the move there by Portugal, and they've got the lead. Passed them up at the last moment and stood their ground. Colombia bullied the United States right out of that spot. That time, Portugal would not oblige. Big move there by Colombia. Who's going to get out first? It's going to be Colombia. Good move. Weren't able to force Portugal out of the way, but they did still pass them in that funnel. And now Portugal will pass them right back. Starting to build a lead. Colombia struggling in that second funnel. That might be too late. Portugal, one more move to make. They're starting to slow, but it's not going to be slow enough. They're going to finish first and advance to the semifinals. And now Colombia is going to get stuck, and so their day will end with a disqualification as they are eliminated. Just trying to finish the course, and they couldn't. And now Australia will take on the Philippines. Philippines won our first matchup. There they are. And over a couple is Australia. Australia has not been a very common opponent here today, or here, I should say, this year, in terms of making appearances in tournaments. And a rarity here. There's a spot separating these two on that conveyor belt. That hasn't happened very often. And the Philippines, they don't care. They pass them anyway. Wow. Big comeback there by the Philippines. And now Australia passes them back. This one's going to be tight. Here comes the Philippines. There goes Australia down towards the end. They've got one more move to make, but they're not going to make it. They're going to get stuck. Oh, the pass at the end. Australia does come back to win. Back and forth they went, and they made the move at the last moment. Almost looked like they were waiting, preying on the Philippines, waiting for them to move out of the way so that they could make the move. Don't know if it was intentional or not, but if it was, that is a great run. Either way, it's going to get them into the semifinals and get us to our next matchup, which is the Netherlands against Japan. Pretty tight right now. Japan is going to move on into the conveyor belt first, and pretty large lead. There's 1, 2, 3 spots on that conveyor belt separating these two. I just said that hasn't happened very often. That's the largest lead heading into the funnel that we've seen from anyone. Let's see if that's going to be able to matter. It doesn't look like it will. There goes the Netherlands. They not only eliminated that deficit, but they take the lead. And now Japan trying to take it right back. They will. Back and forth they go in the funnels. That's been a theme for today's matchups. Japan trying to make quick work. They do. One more move to make, and they're moving on with a time of 45-16. Pretty quick run there. Pretty quick for both sides, but a little bit too slow for the Netherlands as they are eliminated. And our last matchup, our first semifinal matchup will be Australia against Brazil. You're guaranteed a spot in a match to get on the podium. That's if you lose, you'll play for third. If you win, you're into the final. Brazil, Australia, like we said, the Aussies haven't played very often in these tournaments, but they are showing up here. Good start. And they're going to have the lead. Ooh, just barely. No separation right now. First funnel. And then Australia, yep, they will take the lead. They will have it out of the first funnel. Now here comes Brazil. Australia trying to pull the upset. But here comes Brazil. They will get towards the pegs first, making their way down into the final portion of this track, making quick work. Brazil. Now here comes Australia, and they pass at the end. They did it again. Back-to-back times, Australia makes the move, and they are moving on to their first final of the year. And they'll face either Portugal or Japan. Now that is a very dangerous move in terms of trying to block it. If the opponent is doing that, which we've seen from Australia a couple of times now, that's hard to beat. Good size lead right now for Japan. Portugal trying to figure it out. They're having a hard time doing so. That is 1, 2, 3, and then Portugal. So a good size lead for Japan. Let's see if they can continue that. They do keep the lead into the second funnel. Still in the first funnel is Portugal. Now they're making their way out, trying to distract Japan, get them to not be able to finish the funnel. It won't work. They're on to their final portion of this track. Can you finish it quickly? The answer for Japan is going to be quick enough. They're going to get the win. 47-12. Portugal is going to get stuck. Another disqualification. This time it's Portugal. They are disqualified from this match. Doesn't disqualify them from a chance to play for third, though, so they will take on Brazil. It's Australia against Japan, but first the third place match. There have been some close calls in this one. Brazil fell victim to that. Australia passing them at the last moment. Portugal coming off a disappointing semifinal matchup in which they were unable to finish, and they do take the lead now here against Brazil. No separation. As they enter the funnel. It looks like that's Brazil with the upper hand. It is. They are going to take the lead over Portugal. Now they're all over the place. And it is... looks like that's still Brazil. It is. Brazil still in the lead. And now they are stuck. They're in trouble. Here comes Portugal. If they hit them, they've got a chance. If they don't, it's over. It's going to be over. Portugal's going to win third by virtue of another disqualification. Brazil had a huge lead, but they see it slip away just like we saw with Iceland in the first round. Brazil misses out on a spot on the podium. And now it is Australia against Japan. Look at the metallic looks on both these marbles. At least from our camera, that's how it looks. Ooh, look at that move right there by Japan. They're going to take the lead. They are silver and some white mixed in. A lot of clear, blue-red involved for Australia. And it's Japan through the first funnel first. Moving on to the last funnel. And then the final portion of this track. And they're going to be mixed up in there with Australia, trying to confuse them, distract them, and take the lead themselves. They cannot. Japan towards the final portion of the course. Now here comes Australia. It's going to have to be a mistake for Japan. Will they make that mistake? The answer is no, and the luck runs out for Australia. Japan wins this tournament. Australia did it on their last two times, where they were able to catch their opponent in a mistake and make a move with the killer instinct. That's not to be this time. Japan got ahead, stayed ahead, and finishes in first. Third place goes to Portugal. They're on the podium. Australia with a very strong second, but all eyes are on Japan as they get the win in the first conveyor belt tournament. Very interesting aspect added to these time trial tournaments, as the conveyor belt allowed some passes to be made that we may not have normally seen, and it added an extra element of surprise and excitement to our tournament. So we're glad that you watched it, and we're glad that we were able to have a fun and exciting tournament. So again, congratulations to Japan. Until next time, I'm Ricochet, and thanks for watching. ESPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca continues. Ricochet here once again as we welcome you to yet another tournament-style race. This is a very long course which can have an opportunity right there where anything can happen. You can make one wrong turn, one right turn, and it can totally change these races. This is a one and done tournament style. Only one marble will go for their respective country. Once again, 16 teams battle not only to get onto the podium, but to earn that trophy right in the middle. They are France, the Netherlands, Russia, Italy, England, Germany, Portugal, and Spain on the left side of the bracket. And the right side of the bracket is Uruguay, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, and Argentina, Honduras, the United States, and Chile, which consists of the right side of the bracket. We begin in the bottom left corner with Netherlands against France. Netherlands has the orange, black, and blue. It is mostly blue with a little bit of white and just a tiny bit of black mixed in for France. They make their way through the first funnel. Everybody chose that left side, which is a little bit longer, but if you both go the same way, it kind of doesn't matter. They make their way up the conveyor belt. One thing that you notice about this conveyor belt is that there's a little bit more room in between each prong that will bring up a marble, so an opportunity for the Netherlands to gain a little bit of a lead, and they do have a tiny bit of an advantage. They are into that blue funnel and very quickly through the blue funnel, making their way down to the first yellow funnel, and France has caught right back up. They are both circling that bottom portal, and it is still the Netherlands out in front in the second of 4 yellow funnels. Netherlands is through to the third, coming off of a very tight runner-up finish in a couple of events, a couple of tournaments. They have the lead right now. Let's see who's going to make their way down through it. First, it is going to be the Netherlands. And now, if you go down the left side, it's a little bit longer, a winding course. If you go down the right side, it's typically going to be a lot faster. And it is the Netherlands to the right side, almost as if France can do nothing but watch and have them be eliminated. That is exactly what's going to happen. 1 minute and 22 seconds for the Netherlands to survive, and France will come through the same way that we just saw the Netherlands do, but it'll take 11 more seconds. 1 minute and 33 seconds, and France is eliminated. The Netherlands move on to the quarterfinals. And we head to the top right corner of the bracket. It is the United States in silver and Chile in white. And it's the U.S. in the lead right now. They both went to the right side, which is, as you can tell, a much, much quicker option. And they also got caught in a spot where those prongs are a lot closer, so not as big of a lead for the U.S. to be able to gain right off the bat. Although they do seem to be gaining a tad bit as we go through the almost like a racetrack portion of this course as they go around and around. And the U.S. is in that blue funnel. There is Chile. They almost made contact with each other. They may have made contact, actually. Both circling around that first hole of the first yellow funnel, and it's the U.S. out first. Chile losing a little bit of time. They are still trying to get around. Now they do. But did that time cost them? The U.S. is through the second of 4 funnels. Chile having a hard time closing around those funnels right now. The United States closing in on funnel 3, and they are going to get it almost immediately after Chile drops to funnel 3. It's about a 1 funnel lead right now. Let's see if Chile can get back in this one. Circling around, they will make their way to the final funnel. The U.S. will make their way through the final funnel. Which way do they go? Left side can leave it open a little bit for Chile. Right side's going to make it really difficult. Chile still in that 4th and final funnel. The U.S. has not made it through yet. They're both going to go down the right side. It's going to come right down to the finish. Who makes it out first? Chile may be in the advantage spot. Nope, it's the United States that will crumb across first and will take out Chile by just under 4 seconds. 1 minute and 30 seconds for the United States, which was a significantly slower time than the Netherlands. That was a much closer matchup. But the U.S. survives and moves on to the quarterfinal. And now you get Portugal against Spain. Portugal immediately drops behind Spain. A little bit of a slow start, but they both end up right next to each other. And so far, we've only seen the Netherlands end up in one of those spots where they are able to gain a large advantage right off the bat. Now through the red portion of the track. Look at that great camera view there. Down into the blue funnel and immediately into the yellow funnel is Spain. Here comes Portugal. And Portugal making up a lot of time right now. They come up. Oh, wow. They came through almost at the exact same time. That is a great run right there by Portugal. Portugal actually might be in the advantage spot now. Nope, it's still Spain that comes out first. And Portugal now makes their way into the third funnel. Spain in the lead, but Portugal's done a really good job in these funnels to keep it close. They are both into funnel number 4. And it could come down to that wire and determining if you go left to, for lack of a better term, the frowny face portion, or to the right side with the smiley face, the shorter, more direct opportunity there. Oh, they made contact with each other. Spain goes to the right. Portugal goes to the left. Portugal is going to try to make their way through. Oh, they're going to do it! A comeback for Portugal! And they beat them by less than a second. Trailing the entire time, Portugal pulls off the upset. That is an incredible run at the very end by Portugal to advance. And now Uruguay went to the right, and Brazil goes to the left, and it's a huge lead for Uruguay right off the bat. They are already making their way up towards the top where it's going to drop them off, and they are going to make their way around the red portion of this track. A huge lead. Now just coming to the red portion of the track is Brazil. The very first opportunity for one country to take a large lead over the other, and immediately Uruguay takes that advantage. They're giving it up just a little bit, though. Still having a hard time getting through that blue funnel. They gave up almost the entire advantage they gained at the very beginning. Going through that first yellow funnel, and Brazil comes back to take the lead. Uruguay has blown the early advantage. And who has that inner line now? It looks like it's still Brazil. They are through the second funnel with the lead. Halfway done with these funnels, and they are starting to gain a lead. They're down to their final funnel. Uruguay trying to circle around the opening of the third funnel. They will drop down. Let's see what Brazil can do. How big of a lead can they gain? They are through. Now they drop down to the half pipe. Which way do you go? It almost looked like on that last run, Uruguay went to the left and it helped them. Now they're going to end up knocking with each other. Oh, they're going to go opposite sides again. Here we go. Who wins it this time? Got to get through that funnel quickly. Here we go. It is Brazil. And Uruguay struggles at the end. Brazil with a comeback after a miscue early. They come back, take the lead, and then happen to hold on. They advance to the quarterfinal. Action-packed early. It is Russia against Italy. Italy with the right side, and they're going to take the advantage as well. Russia in the dark red, and it's Italy in the blue and yellow. Not as big of a lead, but still a lead nonetheless. I look like it was 4 prongs or so before Russia will make their way onto the red portion. Still a pretty good sized lead. Into the blue funnel goes Italy, but here comes Russia, and it looks like they're going to be about a funnel apart, as dropping down to that first yellow funnel right as Russia entered was Italy. Now they're in the same funnel, and again, Italy separates themselves. Both circling around the bottoms of their funnels, and once again, Russia drops, and then Italy follows suit to maintain essentially a one funnel lead. And this time a little bit bigger of an advantage for Italy. They gained a little bit there. They're on their final funnel of the large yellow portions of these funnels, and they will make their way to the half pipe with about a funnel lead. It's a matter of whether or not they can make that decision and be knocked off of the half pipe themselves. They do. They will head for the left side, which is the winding portion, But it's a pretty big lead right now for Italy, and they are going to win this one handily as they finish at 1:33, and we'll see how long it takes Russia. They really struggled with those large yellow funnels and ultimately were unable to come back as they did not make it even to the half pipe by the time that Italy was finished. They finish at 1:50. It is a nearly 17-second win for Italy as they will move on to face the Netherlands. And now it is Honduras against Argentina. Honduras in the red and yellow. Argentina mostly silver, and again, they're going to gain that advantage. We've seen that the last few times. One marble has gone to the left, one marble has gone to the right. It is very clear there is no way to go around it, that if you go to the right side, you're going to get an advantage over the other team. The left side is by far a much longer and more time-consuming portion of track to have to gobble up. Into that blue funnel goes Argentina. Let's see if they can get out of that funnel before Honduras enters. Basically even, dropping down when one gets in. Very similar to what we just saw with Italy and Russia, where Italy was able to hold a one funnel lead. Not quite that big of a lead, because Honduras making up some time here. But it is still Argentina with the lead. Honduras making it very difficult, though. Honduras nearly making contact with Argentina as Argentina drops down to the third funnel. Here comes Honduras. This one could be close. Final funnel of the large yellow variety to go. And both are in. Gonna have to take a comeback if Honduras wants to get out of this funnel first, though. Very tight. And let's see which way Argentina decides to go. They might be forced into it. Oh, again, it's going to come down to the end. Who's going to come out of that funnel first? It's Argentina that will not be able to survive. Less than a second separates them. Honduras with a comeback. And clearly, as they are going to face the United States in the quarterfinals, and we see now England against Germany. Germany in the all-black. Very menacing look. They will head to the left side and immediately have to come for a comeback. We've seen, though, this is a course that clearly lends itself to the comeback. We saw Brazil with a large portion of track that they had to make up, and then they did that, took the lead, and had to survive a comeback attempt of their own. Into the blue funnel first goes England. And they are going to make their way down. They're in the first of 4 yellow funnels, and so is Germany, as they're trying to pick up some ground there. Looks like they are just a tad bit. The real difficulty is if you don't get off that half pipe at the bottom of this course before the other country reaches the half pipe, you could be in some trouble because they can just knock you right out of the way. We almost saw that in that last matchup. They ultimately ended up forcing each other to opposite sides, as down to the final funnel goes England. Germany trying to catch up. The half pipes are pretty difficult here. They have caused a significant amount of stress, I think. Here comes England. And let's see if they can finish this off quickly, or will Germany make contact? England down to the right side. One more funnel to go. Germany moving very quickly, but it's going to be too little too late. England moves on with a time of 1:34. And now Germany coming to a standstill. 17 seconds was the largest win. And that might be passed. Let's see. Germany going to come to the end. They're going to have the slowest time we've seen so far, and they're going to lose by just over 20 seconds, 1:54. So Germany at the end, ultimately, when you've got nothing left to play for, it makes it a little harder to keep the intensity up. And so we move on to Colombia against Mexico. And Mexico with the early lead. And you've got 2 prongs separating the respective countries. Look at that. They look like they're about one length apart for a portion of that track. Very quickly out of the blue and into the first yellow. Now they are neck and neck. And we'll see what happens. Once again, into the same funnel. With still another funnel to go, and Mexico will drop first. Still two more full funnels. Let's see if Mexico can drop quickly here and try to gain a little bit of extra advantage. They're down to their final yellow funnel. I'll tell you what, give credit to the Netherlands and France. We saw them move pretty quickly through this course. I feel like they've been quicker than anybody else in that first run. First matchup of the day. Mexico circling around. They're going to make it out and head for the half pipes. And they're going to go down the right side and go for the one funnel and a straight shot to the finish. Here comes Colombia. They're going to need some help if they want to make that comeback. It looks like Mexico's going to fall. They're going to get the win. At 1 minute and 39 seconds. And now it is Colombia that will try to decide which way they're going. Almost coming to a standstill now. They'll go to the left side. Head down one funnel and then the S's to get them to the finish at 1 minute and 56 seconds. So another 17-second win as Mexico takes care of Colombia rather easily. And we have our quarterfinal matchups. First one is Netherlands. The Netherlands against Italy. Whoa. Contact there, and Italy goes to the left side. The Netherlands gain the early advantage. They're to the right side. And they are headed for the conveyor belt right as the Netherlands are making their way off the conveyor belt. We have seen some success when they get the early lead. We've also seen some pretty good comebacks. Onto the blue funnel, and the Netherlands are now going to drop down. Not exactly a dominant moment there. They have opened the door back up for Italy. Everybody's close. The Netherlands are going to fall first, though. Onto their second yellow funnel. And here comes Italy. And the Netherlands will drop to their final two yellow funnels. 3 funnels total left because you still have that one small orange funnel, depending on which side you choose. The Netherlands fall again. They're down to that final funnel. Again, the half pipes can make or break you. Both are in the final yellow funnel. Looks like Netherlands. They are circling it. They are headed for the half pipe. And let's see which way they fall. The Netherlands with the lead over Italy. Here comes Italy. They are going to knock each other around. The Netherlands to the right with one funnel and a straight shot. Italy to the left. They've got to go through the S's. They get out first. And it is the Netherlands in a buzzer beater. They beat them. Oh my goodness. Is that 5/100ths of a second? I believe that's what the official scoring was. They beat them by 5/100ths of a second. And now the U.S. against Honduras. Honduras just got off to a terrible start. They got stuck in the blue portion before you even get out of the first real obstacle. And then they went down the left side. And so the U.S. trying to make their way around this red portion of track and gain as much of a lead as they can. And they are already going to make their way onto the blue funnel. And still 3 full passes to go before Honduras will get there. Let's see how big of a lead the U.S. can gain. Can they get out of that funnel? They do before Honduras makes it. That was pretty even, though. And I think the U.S. might be a little disappointed that they didn't get a larger lead. Honduras drops from blue to yellow. The United States trying to make it through the first yellow, and they do. Still holding an advantage, but it looks like Honduras is gaining just a tad bit. You can only hope for as good of a finish as we just saw between the Netherlands and Italy. The U.S. down to funnel number 3. That was a crazy finish. And they are maintaining a 1 funnel lead. Here comes Honduras. How quickly can you get out of this and give yourself time in that half pipe to get through? U.S. still in the lead. Here comes Honduras. They are circling quickly. They may make contact with each other. They are through, and oh, they're both in the half pipe. The U.S. gets out first. They're going to follow each other, and the United States is going to get the win. And 1 minute and 38 seconds, and following suit at 1 minute 42 is Honduras. Valiant effort after a just awful start, but the United States is into the semifinals. And now we will find our opponent for the Netherlands. England takes an early lead. Portugal goes off to the left side, but again, like I said, you go to the left side and you're not done. Honduras nearly made that entire comeback against the U.S., and they got stuck in something that wasn't even an obstacle, and then they chose the wrong path to go down. So by no means are you out of this until somebody hits the finish platform. England trying to make their way quickly through that blue funnel. And they fall just before Portugal makes their way in. And again, good job so far by England to maintain that lead. Portugal looks like they're about to drop, but so is England. Very smooth run that time. The English trying to advance to the semifinals, and they gained a little bit of time there. For just a moment, there was an entire empty funnel separating these two. So England did a great job to gain that lead. They're going to drop a little bit of it back. Had a little bit of a slow start there to try to get out of that final funnel. They make their way down to the half pipe. Still a pretty good sized lead. Let's see if they can capitalize and get out of the half pipe. Here comes Portugal. England still trying to decide. They're going to make contact. Portugal comes out first. They both go down the left. It's going to be a matter of who comes out of that funnel first. The answer is, England at the end wins it by just over a second. Portugal had the lead back after a bad start, and England swipes it away at the last second, stealing that victory. And now Mexico against Brazil. Brazil gets off to the right side. Mexico with a slow start to the left. We have seen some really impressive finishes here. Honduras almost made that comeback. Couple of lead changes at the very end of that last matchup. And of course the photo finish, 0.05 of a second, separating the Netherlands with another nail-biter against Italy. Brazil out of the yellow funnel, or out of the blue funnel into the yellow, and they are now followed by Mexico. Seems to be really trying to force the hand of Brazil there. Getting very close to those marbles touching with each other. Both into the second funnel, and now Brazil drops down, reassuming the lead. Mexico follows, but Brazil gained that time. They went down almost immediately after Mexico entered. Let's see how much time they have to try to maneuver the half pipe. How much time do they need? Could be another question. Mexico trying to swarm around it. Let's see which way Brazil goes. They will go to the right side. It's a straight shot. Let's see how quickly Mexico can try to make something of this. It's going to be too little too late, as Brazil will come across at 1 minute and 40 seconds, and Mexico still stuck in the half pipe. And they will go to the left side. The more scenic route, if you will, taking the S's to the finish line. Dropping out of that final funnel and crossing the line at 1 minute 56. So Brazil held that one, the lead from start to finish. They will face the U.S. in the semifinal. But first, it is England against the Netherlands, who hung on by the skin of their teeth there. And they are going to be behind early. Both had to go through the same side, but it is England who makes it out much quicker, and it is a 1, 2, 3, 4 prong lead right now going through up that conveyor belt. This is where the speed of the marble can become important. If you are a quick marble, you can make up a lot of time, and it looks like the Netherlands is making up some time, as they are both now in the blue funnel. That is a big win for the Netherlands, and they may have gotten the inside track there. Nope, it's going to be England coming out of the blue funnel first. Both are in the yellow. Netherlands have done a good job to get a little bit tighter, but does their luck run out? They have had a lot of luck in very, very tight situations. Maybe not necessarily luck, maybe it is skill. Able to win those matchups, just barely coming through with a comeback at the last second against Italy. A 5/100th of a second separating those two. But right now they're going to have to make a comeback against England, who is in the fourth funnel. The Netherlands circling and making their way to the fourth funnel. But how big will that lead be for England, and how big of a head start do they get for the halfpipes? Here it is. How quickly can they get out? Very quickly to the left side, and they will make that victory stroll through the S's. They are going to advance to the final. It is England through in 1:37. And the Netherlands will take the same route and finish off a run that is going to take just under 2 minutes at 1:58. So England is through. Do they get the United States or do they get Brazil? U.S. in the silver. Yellow and blue. Oh, what a move by Brazil. They just hopped right over the U.S. Both go down the right side, and we are neck and neck early. That was a huge power move right there by Brazil. But the U.S. staying close, and they're both going to be in the blue funnel at the same time. That's almost a guarantee unless somehow Brazil just knocks their way right through it. And they are. Let's see who gets that advantage and who gets out first. Looks tight. It's going to be Brazil. And the U.S. follows. Both are into the first of the yellow funnels. Brazil circling around that entrance, or I guess in this case, an exit. And they do make their exit from the first to the second funnel, and the U.S. follows. Brazil, you can see, does have the lead right now, and they do have the advantage. The inside track towards that dropout. The U.S. is into the third funnel. Oh, Brazil very close. They're into the fourth funnel now, gaining a little bit of speed there and gaining a little bit of a lead over the United States, who is into the fourth funnel. And again, this might come down to how well you can maneuver those half pipes. Brazil will encounter the half pipe first. How well do they do? The U.S. still in the funnel. They are... Oh, they're going to make contact. Yes, they will. Oh, the U.S. takes the lead. Brazil is still in the half pipe, and the United States will funnel their way through the S's and into the championship matchup. 1:42 as they knock. It's a bump and run, really. Brazil will finish at 1:50 on the dot, and the United States against England in a revolutionary matchup. But first, it's the third place match between the Netherlands and Brazil. Brazil got bumped at the end, unable to get into the championship matchup, and now they will fall behind the Netherlands early. Still unable to make their way to the red part of the course, and now here they are, but a big lead for the Netherlands, who did all they could to try to make that comeback against England, but ended up finishing, I think that was a 16-second win to get England into the championship against the United States. And now the Netherlands trying to place on the podium. Good comeback here by Brazil, as they are gaining a little bit of time here, but it's still the Netherlands in the second yellow funnel. Wow, that one took a long time to get through, and I think that's going to be a frustrating run if it comes back to bite the Netherlands. That second yellow funnel was not successful at all. But Brazil could not take advantage. They struggled. They nearly made contact. Down to the final funnel goes the Netherlands, trying to place on the podium. The loser of this matchup falls right back in with the other 13 countries. The Netherlands will make contact first with the half-pipes. They are going to make contact with each other, though, and Brazil with a bump and run. But here comes the Netherlands. They're not going to give up easily. It's going to be who falls through that funnel first. The Netherlands is going to need to have it happen first. It does not, and Brazil gets the win by just over 2 seconds. At 1:48, they get third place. And now it is the United States against England, and the U.S. out first. They go to the left side and take the advantage. They're up the conveyor belt. Still in that funnel is England, and they will head up the conveyor belt, but they have 4 pretty well spaced out prongs separating these two marbles. And so the U.S. with a lead early. We are 25 seconds into the championship run, and at 27 seconds even, the U.S. drops to the blue funnel. And by that time, that is about a 7-second lead from when they entered the blue funnel. 27 seconds and 33 seconds for England. The U.S. into the second yellow funnel. And they gained a second from those couple of funnels. They were up by 7 going into the blue. Going into that second yellow, they were up by 8 seconds. The U.S. maintaining a comfortable lead as they are, for the most part, doing a good job of keeping themselves in a separate funnel. They're down to the final funnel now. The half-pipes are so important in this race. The U.S. knows that, pulling off a bump and run on Brazil to advance to the championship. They will go to the half-pipe first. Can they get out of it? That's the question. England is still in the funnel. They're going to try to make a move that'll win themselves a championship. Here we go. It is going to be England into the right funnel. Here comes the U.S., and it's going to come down to who makes it out of the funnel first. England wins it at 1:42 seconds, and the United States, after an incredible run to beat Brazil at the end of their semifinal matchup, will settle for silver. England wins the trophy. Brazil comes in third. And fittingly enough, the United States, running with an all-silver marble, will own second place in this matchup. So, an impressive run by England. Some heroics, a lot of back and forth. But in the end, it is England in first. The United States comes in second. Third place goes to Brazil. So until next time, I am Rick O'Shea, and you have been watching MSPN's coverage of Marble Fubeca.